Ask me if I think they win a
Do
championship.
they win a chip? Is the farthest they go the conference finals, but they don't win? Do they never get to the conference finals? Like, what's the best possible outcome we see in any single season for Houston during the Kevin Durant era?
They don't win a championship.
They do
I don't
not.
believe they win. No. And again, Kevin Durant's history would tell you that. Outside of playing with Golden State, his 15 years in the NBA, he has made the finals once. Did not win it. He has made the finals once in 15 years. So I'm going to go with history, past being an indicator of the future.
Okay, but I got to be clear. I didn't ask you to pick whether they'd win or lose because that doesn't matter. I need to know how far they go.
They're going to lose the finals in 7, which is the best season you can
I need you to just give me like a time. I need you to give me a time-based answer.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Second round. I don't know how it ends, but second round. The Rockets have talent, and even more of it now that they have Kevin Durant. We know talent is brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today. Coming up, did we just watch one of the best individual seasons in NBA history? Jonathan Zaslow and Joe Fortenbaugh, Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, ESPN app. Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Live on a Monday, the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? How you be? Place to be right here on the Sports Bash after a big Phillies weekend, taking 2 out of 3 against the Metropolitans. Friday night and Sunday night, Phillies victorious. Saturday night, the Mets got couple cracks back in there. Sets up for a fun back half of the summer here, doesn't it? Phil's 1 game above the Mets in National League East play. What do we learn about the 2 NL East competitors? I'll tell you this. I take a little bit from this weekend series. There's a couple things, obviously Friday night, Phillies, they get the job done offensively. You had the Wheeler, 98 pitches, pulled in the 5th. The bullpen getting the job done on Friday night. Saturday night, a reversal of fortunes where Mick Abel can't get out of, the 3rd, and the Phillies bullpen from that point on, they can't get the job done. The Mets hit 7 solo bombs in the game. Phillies can't get anything going offensively. And then last night, in a pretty good game for a couple of innings, and you had the return of a Jesus Luzardo dominant performance. Haven't seen one of those dominating performances. He was very good last night, I thought. 7 strikeouts in the game. You had the showdown between him and Soto kind of tipping his cap like, yo, dude, you're pretty nasty. So I thought last night was a kind of a big win for the Phillies. Not, listen, that doesn't mean they're going to win the division. It doesn't mean like we're not going to look back. You don't look back in October and be like, hey, the Phillies won that game on Sunday Night Baseball. That one's the difference maker. But you go back to Friday night. What were we talking about on Friday's show? How you had the mental advantage over them by pitching Zach Wheeler in a game against, they had basically a bullpen game in the game on Friday night. And you got the job done. You took care of business on Friday night. Now, Wheeler wasn't his dominant self in that game. I mean, he was very good, but the 98 pitches, his command just wasn't the same of what you've come to expect from Zach Wheeler on most outings. I mean, for him to get to 98 pitches in the 5th inning was a little bit of a wrench in the wheel for you, because it did bring up, well, why are you taking Wheeler out of the game? And the answer was simple. It's June. It's 98 pitches. And listen, you reap what you sow, pitcher. In the world we live in today, you hit 98 to 100 pitches in the 5th inning. That's all you got today. Listen, you get a certain allotment of pitches, about 100. Be efficient or you're out. Like, this isn't rocket science anymore. These guys are getting pulled at 100 pitches. He got to the 5th inning. That's what it was. They went to Taijuan Walker. Oh, well. Zach Wheeler didn't have it. Even though, look, I say he didn't have it. He was very good. He gave up 4 hits, 8 strikeouts. He was very good, but the 98 pitches is what did him in on Friday night. So then you got to go to the bullpen. And when you have to go to the bullpen in the 6th inning of a game, this is where the Phillies are trying and erroring, trial and error, all right before your very eyes. Can Taijuan Walker, I love this one. Why the hell would you go to Taijuan Walker? Well, your other option is Joe Ross. Would you like Joe Ross to come in that situation? Because he came in on Saturday night, and you saw what happens there. Your other option is what? Max Lazar. You could have gone to Michael Mercado, because then the other result is if you take Wheeler out in the 6th, do you want him to go to Kerkering? Do you want him to go to Romano? Do you want him to go to Strom? Somebody's got to pitch the 6th inning, right? So every answer to the quiz in that 6th inning on Friday night is, I don't want them to go to any of these guys in the 6th inning. So they have to go and try to figure out who can be that guy in the 6th inning. The answer to the question is they don't have that guy. That's their problem. On Friday night, now, this is a game they won to 10-2, and we're talking about. But ultimately, there's that game that will come up somewhere along the line where somebody's going to have to pitch. Now, I would imagine in a playoff series, if Wheeler pitches 98 pitches, and I would imagine in a playoff series, if Wheeler's at 98, he's probably not going to go much longer than that. He might go to the 6th inning and maybe push it to like 110. But I would imagine he goes much more than 110, 115 in any outing. So somebody would have to pitch in either the 6th or the 7th inning in the playoff. And that is where you've got your questions. Is it Mick Abel? Is it Aaron Nola? Is it Jesus Luzardo? Does Luzardo now become a possibility to be a guy to pitch in that bullpen? So I think the Friday night game showed you still the lack of depth in your bullpen, even in a game you won. Even in a game you won, that question is going to come up a lot. To get you through the regular season on the couple of nights it happened, not often. Let's be honest. Zach Wheeler's not throwing 98 pitches in 5 innings very often. So, now again, that's the night they won the game. Castellanos, tip your cap, hit a big home run in that game in the 8th inning to kind of push that game, in that inning where the Phillies got the 2 extra runs. But they had the big 7th inning. That was a good game. That was a 2-2 game in the 6th. And then in the 7th, the Phillies offense just absolutely ambushes them. And you go back to that inning. There was a couple of key factors in that inning. If you go back to Friday night, that was the Apple TV Plus game. We're kind of watching that game, found a place out and about that had the game on, so hat tip to them for having the game. And we're there, and it's a close 2-2 game. I mean, we were there. We're watching Taijuan Walker give up the back-to-back jacks in the 6th, and you're like, and everybody in the group is like, why are they going to Walker here? To which my answer is, would you rather Joe Ross? And everybody's looking at you with a blank stare. Not really. No, not really. They go to that 7th inning, and that's where Banks comes in. He gets the job done. Banks comes in a tough spot. He's got to face Lindor, Nimmo, and Soto. And give Banks all the credit in the world because he gets out of that. And then the Phillies come up in that 7th inning. You get the Marsh double. I mean, Marsh, you got to be honest, man. I've been very tough on Marsh. This guy has come out of nowhere to make a huge difference for this team, and especially since he's come off the injured list. You know Brandon Marsh? I got a stat for you, Josh. You ready for the stat here?
Sure, why not?
Brandon Marsh is 4th on the Phillies in on-base percentage.
Shocking.
4th.
Considering how poorly he started the year.
He didn't have a hit in the month of April.
That's true.
He was hitting .095. At the end of April, his batting average was .095. He had 4 hits in March. 4 hits in March, 0 hits in the month of April. Here we are on June 23rd. Kyle Schwarber, 380 on base. Harper, 368. Turner, 357. Brandon Marsh, 341. It's unbelievable what he has done to turn his season around. By the way, he's hitting .257 after hitting .095 with 0 hits in the month of April. So I got to give credit to Marsh. I really do. I mean, no power, hasn't hit a lot of home runs, so he's not helping out in that, but he has hit. He doubles there. Turner doubles him home. The Schwarber walk, my man Bohm hits another single. Bohm's been just unbelievable. I mean, for all the Bohm haters out there, the guy's been scorching hot. He's been really good. Castellanos, as tough as I am on him, he singles home, scores another run. Now it's 5-2. Stott hits the double. That was a big hit by Stott because that really, ends up, that's the one run where Real Muto and Castellanos are angels in the outfield. It's either angels in the outfield. What scene is the Real Muto Castellanos coming around to score? Is it the angels in the outfield, or is it a better one when Major League, when the one guy slides left and the other guy slides right and the catcher doesn't know which way to go? But that Stott double was the knockout blow, if you will. And then, of course, Castellanos doing Castellanos things when they already have a 6-run lead. Castellanos comes up and hits a 2-run bomb to make it 10-2, and the Phils win the game on Friday night. Saturday night, it's the reversal of fortunes, right? It's the same situation where you have to go to the bullpen early because Abel can't get out of the 4th inning, can't get out of the 3rd inning of the game, and you got to bring Joe Ross in. It's the same thing. Why are you bringing Joe Ross in? Would you rather see Taijuan Walker? So half a dozen, one or the other. Would you rather see Michael Mercado? Who would you like to see come in and pitch in the 4th inning? My buddy says, why are they going to Joe Ross here? I said, well, they used Walker last night. You didn't want to see him either, right? I mean, what's the right answer here? God, give me the answer. They don't have the answer. And their bullpen on Saturday night, Ross, Mercado and Walker gave up a run on Saturday night too. But Mercado, not a big league pitcher. I don't know what happened to Ross. He was actually a pretty effective guy in Milwaukee. I don't know what the heck happened to him. When they brought him on, I'm thinking, all right, this is a really good kind of swing man to be this guy. Pitch the 5th inning, pitch the 6th inning, do that. He's been terrible for this team. Terrible. He has a look on his face, too, a lot like, I don't want to be here. You get that sense at all from him? I just don't want to be here. I don't want to be here on this team. I don't like my role. I don't know what it is, but Ross feels like DFA, like Whit Merrifield coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like the veteran guy that you got that you said, okay, that's a good veteran addition for a team that has bullpen problems. What do? We're going to go out and get a guy who's been really good. He's been terrible in that role. And yesterday's game, look, this is a close game for 3 innings. That 5th inning, this is an interesting inning, that 5th inning. You go back to the 5th inning for the Phils on Sunday Night Baseball last night. And this is after Luzardo gets out of the inning where he walks Soto, right? And then Nimmo singles to right. So you got Soto, you got 2 on with 2 out, and it's a big spot in the game for Luzardo, and he ends up getting Torrens to ground out. So they had a chance there, the Mets. The Phillies come up in the 5th, and you get a Schwarber leadoff homer. That thing was a titanic blast, and it sets the tone. Because Bohm hits one on the nose, Castellanos doubles, Real Muto ends up walking, and that's when Kemp hits that little bleeder through the left side, and you get a run on that. Then you get the Sosa home run, and now you got a 5-0 game. The Sosa home run, 430 feet, by the way. That thing was a titanic launch as well. Good for Sosa. He's been struggling a little bit to see him kind of contribute when he's gotten the chance. It's good to see when Sosa can get out there. They need a guy like Sosa. They need his energy. You know, those nights where he gets that opportunity, when he can give you something, that's where they're really good, is when Sosa gets those opportunities and he makes the most of them. He's been kind of struggling in that role recently, but it was good to see him get involved this weekend. But you get the 5-0 game, then you get another Bohm RBI, then you get the Castellanos double. No one's better than Castellanos in padding 6-run leads. He makes it 7. And, of course, Lindor hits the home run just to make it a 7-1 game. But that 5th inning, the Mets had their shot. They had 2 on against Luzardo in the bottom in their half of the 5th. And they can't get it done. And then Philadelphia gets out of it by getting those runs in the 5th inning. So, 4th inning, excuse me, in the bottom of the 4th. What was that? Last night, yeah. Oh, the home run from Schwarber came in the 4th. So there you go. Phils win 7-1 last night. They take 2 out of 3. Now, look, only 1 game separates these two. The Mets had come in kind of struggling, but there's a lot to try to unpack from this series. Scott Lauber's going to join us at 3 o'clock today from the Inquirer. By the way, Flyers made a trade.
Big trade.
Big trade.
Dude, this is a steal. This is a low. This is one of those, like, you buy low, you get a high value.
Yeah. Well, Durso's going to join us at 3:25 today to put his stamp on what this trade kind of signifies for the Phils. That's at 3:25 today. McGarry's coming up. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. You can jump on board. Let us know your thoughts. Guys, the start with the double Castellanos and Rumoto scoring simultaneous could be one of the greatest visual baseball plays in the history of major leagues. It was a lot of fun, I will say, and Fox had a lot of fun with it during the broadcast on Friday. They just kept replaying it over and over. And then the social media, you had the half screens where half of the screen was the run, Real Muto and Castellanos. The other half was the major league play. I saw the Angels in the outfield play with Henry Weingartner or whatever the heck his Rod. What was his name in that movie? Henry something or another. And the Angel picks him up from the shirt and like has him sliding into home plate. Yeah, it was a it was a fun moment in that game on Friday night. I think if you look back at the Friday night game, it kind of set the tone for the weekend, though, because your bullpen got used early in that game. So you really needed a big game from Luzardo last night. Because after 2 days in a row of using the bullpen guys that you had to end up using, the Rosses, the Walkers, all those guys, you could not have them go down that road of needing those guys again. So Friday night, your bullpen gets used. Saturday, bullpen gets used again. Sunday, Luzardo gets the job done. That was a real good bounce back from Luzardo. Really impressive night by him. 609-403-0973. Brandon Marsh still has the 0.6 WAR. Pump the brakes on Marsh. He's having an awful season. Well, nobody said he's having a good season. That's asinine. When you hit 0.95 in the month of April, your stats are never going to look good. The fact that they're at 340, if you just can't say, you know what, I can't believe, that's what I said. I can't believe he's gotten there. I didn't say he's having a good season. I mean, are people that dense that they can't think for themselves? I have to explain it to you. The guy hit 0.95 in the month of April. He's up to what, 257? If you can't acknowledge it, that's a pretty good jump, while also saying he was awful at the beginning of the season, that's a you problem. That's a you problem, dude.
That sounds like an individual that just wants to nitpick and find something to complain about.
Yeah, it's just somebody wants to say, I'm smarter than you, when they're really dum-dums. Because Brandon Marsh, as I said earlier this year, he was unplayably bad. I can at least admit, hey, he has really shut me up a little bit, while also saying in my mind, in my heart of hearts, he's not great. But
No,
for the fact that he went from 0.95 to 257, and by the way, a 341 on-base percentage. I can't even imagine how mathematically he got to that point. How could he possibly go from where he was to 341? Now, am I saying he's great? No. But when you get off to that kind of start, anything you do, your numbers are not going to really work out for you.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's at 257, I got to say, you know what? Listen, I'm going to back off him for a day here, all right? I could be that guy. I could be the bigger guy and say, hey, Brandon Marsh, I've been really tough on you. I said you're unplayably bad. For you to get to 257 and get your on base to 341, I got to shake your hand, man, and say, hey, wait for you to not let the people on the outside. Now, he's still got a -5 WAR. I don't want him in my lineup every day. But what he's doing while he's in the lineup right now, if you can't be a bigger man and say, hey, man, he's not my cup of tea, but he's done a pretty good job over the last month, that's a you problem. I'm sorry. Your ignorance is disgraceful.
There's nothing
That's
wrong.
disgraceful to say the guy's been bad, but he's really come around. Do I believe in him? No. I don't believe that Brandon Marsh is a 280 hitter all of a sudden who's going to pop 15 homers. But I certainly can say, I don't know how he got to these numbers, but I got to give him some credit.
Look, there's nothing wrong with saying, if I have an opportunity to replace Brandon Marsh with a better player, I would.
1,000%.
But you also can say at the same time, Brandon Marsh has played really well since May 1st. You know, it's like, if you have...
I don't know how he's done it, by the way. I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
A lot of slap hits.
I'll tell you what he's doing a lot more of, and this is where I give him some credit. He's hitting the ball the other way a lot. He's hitting the ball down the left field line. Yeah. He's just kind of like saying, you know what, I'm just going to hit the ball where it's pitched.
He's just slapping the ball around. He's just saying, you put the ball there, I'm going to make contact with it.
Yeah. And listen,
I give him credit.
I would say this. Who right now, if you could find a center fielder, would you rather have as part of a left field platoon, Marsh or Kepler? It's a tough one. I don't know if I have a definitive answer on that. Kepler's got a little bit more power right now.
He definitely has more power.
But Kepler's on-base percentage is horrible. Now, I don't believe in Marsh either, but I looked at these numbers yesterday. I could not believe it. I said, Marsh is 341 on base. Kepler is 303. I mean, if you're hitting at the bottom of the order, I get it. You're not showing any power. You at least got to get on base.
Right.
Kepler's hitting in the middle of the lineup, so the power's a little bit more important, but he's on base 303. Marsh somehow is on base. I couldn't even believe. Think about this. Marsh is on base 34% of the time. The next closest guy after him is Bohm at 328. Then Castellanos at 327. Sosa 321. Real Muto 317. I mean, Marsh is so far and away the fourth guy. I could not believe it. It's like, how did this happen? How did it happen? So, listen, hat tip to Marsh. I don't believe in him as the guy. If they ended up getting a new center fielder today, I'd be saying, Marsh, thank you for your service. But my God, to not acknowledge that Marsh has really turned it around after a awful start to the season, that's just petty.
Listen, it's like T.J. McConnell, okay? You can acknowledge T.J. McConnell is a great guy coming off the bench, but you can also say at the same time you don't want him as your starting point guard 82 games and then 16 in the postseason.
Yeah, like, by the way, congratulations. OKC wins it last night. They are the NBA champions for the first time in the history of the OKC franchise.
It was just disheartening that Halliburton got injured when he did, because it made the entire second half feel like a fait accompli.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Yes, I'm aware that walks do not count as an at-bat. He doesn't walk all that much either, though. That's another odd part about it.
He's not a great walk guy. He's never been very good, Marsh, at watching pitches. He's a swinger.
Here's the undeniable fact about Marsh that is kind of hard to even fathom. He had no hits in the month of April.
That's correct.
He had 17 total hits in the month of May. He already has 17 hits in the month. So that is where his on base, he's actually getting hits. He has 17 hits.
He's trending upward. Trade him, Mike.
I cannot even believe it. I was like, and by the way, you talk about walks. In the month of June, he has 5 walks and 17 hits. In the month of May, he had 17 hits and 8 walks. His on-base percentage in June is .400. And in May, his on-base percentage is .385. Now, in the month of April, his on-base percentage is .143. So he had to climb from .143 to get to where he is right now. Over the last 30 days, Brandon Marsh is hitting .313 with a .392 on-base percentage. By the way, that's unbelievable. In the last 15 days, his OPS is .957. I almost fell out of my chair when I saw these numbers. But kudos to him. And look, they need him. They need that kind of production. It's him. It's Bohm. It's, getting some production from Stott the other night. Sosa last night, giving him some plus play when he got a chance to play. That's how they're doing it right now. The means of the parts of the means of all the guys just, you're like, how are they getting this done? I don't know. Mike McGarrett from the Press of Atlantic City. Don't forget, our NBA draft coverage Wednesday night begins at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN. The Sixers own the third pick in the draft. Round 2, Thursday night at 7:30 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Your home for the NBA draft. 2:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phils take 2 of 3 against the Mets. What's the big picture story between these two teams after the weekend? We learned a little bit of stuff. We saw a big pitching matchup with Jesus Luzardo last night with a big bounce-back effort. We saw the Phillies score a bunch of runs on Friday night, a bunch of runs on Sunday night. But we saw the Mets in between score a bunch of runs. On Friday, Mike McGarry, we asked who feels better about their identical 46-30 records after 31 records after 75 games. After this weekend, does a team there have a mental edge over the other between Philadelphia and the Mets, or is it just too early to make that inference?
Yeah, I think it's too early, but I will say I think the Phillies come out of this series feeling better about themselves. I mean, we talked on Friday, Mike, and we talked about the outcome for the series, right? And I said, hey, the Phillies got to take 2 out of 3, especially with that pitching matchup favoring them on Friday night, Zach Wheeler versus a rookie. So the Phillies had to take 2 of 3, and for the Mets, just don't get swept. I said they have to get 1, and that's kind of what happened. But I think for the Phillies, this was an important weekend because, hey, they had lost the division series last October. They had gotten swept in Citi Field in April. There was kind of a narrative emerging, hey, maybe the Mets have the Phillies number here. So the Phillies take 2 out of 3, take over first place. I think the Phillies feel good about themselves. And the Mets right now are kind of going through it. They're kind of where the Phillies were, 10, 12 days ago. The Mets starting pitching right now is shaky at best. But I think they'll get it straightened out. I think these two teams are going to fight for the National League East title, maybe down to the season's final days.
Mike, a lot of things emerged from this weekend that kind of surprised me. We were talking right before you came on. You got a guy like Bohm who all of a sudden, he's up to like almost 290 right now. He's starting to kind of find that swing, drive runs in a game. I could not believe Brandon Marsh has an on-base percentage of 341. He's 4th best on the team on base percentage. He's almost up to 260. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, Brandon Marsh is relieved any of the questions you had in the outfield, but it's some of the dynamics of some guys who we kept saying they just need to play better. And that's what's happening, Mike. Some of these guys are just starting to play like we've been used to.
Yeah, another guy is Bryson Stott, right? I think he had the big hit on the big bases clearing double on Friday night. Of course, the memorable play where Castellanos and Real Muto are kind of running on top of each other and they both score. But when the bottom of that order, Brandon Marsh, Bryson Stott starts to click in, it's amazing how much, how lengthy that Phillies lineup can be and how good of an offensive team they can be. So, yeah, we had talked about it, when they were struggling in April, May, and even early June. These guys got to play better. And so far you're seeing that out of Brandon Marsh and Bryson Stott. Now, going forward, you got to, if you're Dave Dombrowski, you're going to say to yourself, which Brandon Marsh am I going to get in August, September, and October? Am I going to get the Brandon Marsh that I'm looking at now? Or am I going to get the Brandon Marsh I was looking at in April? Which Bryson Stott am I going to get? Am I going to get the Bryson Stott now that's starting to hit the ball a little better? Or am I going to get the Bryson Stott that we saw in May and for most of June? So, that's a question. These guys have appeared to turn it around, but can you trust it long term? I mean, that's why Dave Dombrowski gets the big bucks, because I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, Dave Dombrowski's going to need the big bucks, Mike, to kind of decipher what he's got in this pitching rotation and this bullpen. We did see, even on Friday night in the game, they won 10-2. The game got close 2-2 because, Wheeler's at 98 pitches. They pull him from the game, and then it's like throwing darts of, who do I not want to pitch here? People said to me, why do you go to Taijuan Walker here? Well, if you go to Joe Ross, you probably get a similar result. If you go to Max Lazar, you probably get a similar result. So how he's going to decipher who his starters are, who is tradable, and who his key relievers are, that will be very intriguing between now and the deadline.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with the bullpen. I still think that bullpen is their greatest need, and how they navigate it. I think they need 2 arms back there, but can they take one of the lefties out of the starting rotation in September and October and put them in the bullpen to kind of help you out in that situation? So, yeah, it's fascinating to see what move they will make. But again, this is a team that, again, the needs are right there. And I think what people need to understand is this is a very good baseball team. This is a baseball team capable of winning a World Series. It needs bullpen help. It needs a right-handed power bat. But, Mike, you take a look throughout all of baseball, and, we had this discussion in the press box last night, people saying the Phillies are an imperfect team. There's not a perfect team in baseball, and every team goes through struggles. The Mets are in it now. The Yankees had a period where I think they scored 7 runs in 7 days last week or something like that. So you got to try to maintain a level head here a little bit. But you're right. There are some, glaring, needs that this team has to fill, before the trade deadline to kind of strengthen their hand going into the postseason.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. Mike, give me your sense on what was going to happen with Bryce Harper here. Do you anticipate seeing him in the next 10 days, or does that seem like, are you getting the vibe that that's not happening?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, we talked to him on the days kind of run together, but on Friday night he met the media in the dugout. Then, of course, he was on, TV last night. I get a sense, I don't think it's going to be in the next 10 days, Mike. I think it's going to take a little longer than that. They consistently said there is no timetable. Now, I believe he is traveling with the team now, so you never know what is going to happen. But judging from how Bryce talked about it on Friday and judging, the fact that there's no timetable yet and what he's doing, I don't think it's going to be in the next 10 days. I think it's going to be a little longer, and I don't think they're going to rush him back. Like the first day he doesn't have pain in that wrist or he can play with the pain in the wrist, I don't think they're going to put him out there because this is clearly something that's caused by use. So I think they're going to try to knock this out of his wrist completely, and I don't think they're going to rush him back, especially with the team playing as well as they played right now. If they can continue to play like they played, why rush him back and why risk the injury? Take the time and try to knock it out completely.
Yeah, I want to get your thoughts on why they're playing so well without him. I think this isn't like Joel Embiid leaving the Sixers. The team just completely falls apart. Why is the team seemingly, they lost 9 out of 10 with him in the lineup? Now you could make an argument that, well, they lost 9 out of 10 because maybe he wasn't himself and that caused the struggle. But how have they been able to kind of push past him not being in the lineup?
Well, I think it's the starting pitching, right? I mean, again, it is. If it's not the best rotation in baseball, it's one of the best rotations in baseball. And look at this, weekend. They get a good start from Wheeler, albeit, he only goes 5 innings because I think a high pitch count and stuff like that, but he still sets the tone for the game. They get a great start from Luzardo last night. In between the game they lose, McAble, very, very shaky. Rangers, Suarez, and Sanchez are, 2 of the top pitchers in baseball right now. I think it's the starting rotation, and that depth of the starting rotation and the ability to throw a quality starter out there on a daily basis enables you to sort of survive the absence. And then I think it's the nature of the sport. No matter what happens in a game, Bryce Harper only comes up 4 times, right? So you figure during a game, what do you have? You have 36, 40 at-bats. He's only getting 4 of them. Now, can he change a game with one of those 4 at-bats? Can he change your season with one of those 4 at-bats? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, you're only trying to cover 4 at-bats. And when you have the starting pitching that they do, you're kind of able to pull that off, I believe.
Yeah, and the starting pitching, again, when you watch Philly and New York now, I mean, both lineups limited at the bottom half. You saw, I think, the Mets, their lineup is a little weak down the bottom half of the lineup. The pitching is what separates these two teams, right? I mean, that's the obvious portion here. But if you have Senga and Minaya and obviously McGill and Montas, does that even out?
Yeah, I believe it does. I think the Mets pitching, the reason why they were playing so well early in the season is that they were pitching well. Now they've hit this stretch where they're really struggling. And why are they really struggling? It's the starting pitching. You just go back and look at the past couple of games. I mean, Clay Holmes, who has pitched well, he implodes in the 4th inning against Atlanta on Thursday night. Now, and the Mets lose that game. Then they go to Friday night because of injuries. They've got to basically throw a bullpen game and start the rookie Tidwell out there. He doesn't do a great job. They lose that game. Saturday night, Griffin Canning, who has pitched well, he's okay, but, the Mets hit 1 million home runs off Mick Abel, so they win that game. And then last night, Peterson, who usually does a great job against the Phillies go with that right-handed super reserve lineup. They get big at-bats from Edmundo Sosa. Kemp does a nice job. Our guy Buddy Kennedy from Millville works a walk, to help the cause there. So the Mets right now are kind of going through it with the starting pitching. A lot of it is injury-related. They've got some guys coming back, so we'll see how that unfolds. But, Mike, I think you hit it right there. There's no guarantee. You look at the standings today, there's no guarantee that the second-place team in the National League East is going to win a wild card, basically. So, this race for the division is going to be key because, you look at teams, all these teams have more than 42 wins. The Padres, the Giants, the Dodgers, the Cardinals, the Brewers, the Cubs, the Mets, and the Phillies. There's no guarantee that second place is going to get a wild card berth. So I think this could be an interesting summer for both these teams.
It really could. And when you watch the Mets, what was the eye-opening part of the weekend for you in the way that those 3 games went?
Well, I think when you look at the Mets, I think they have a very good lineup. They have some dynamic players, especially at the top of that lineup in Lindor. I mean, the play he made at shortstop, I think it was Friday night, where he grabbed the ball barehanded and threw the Phillies runner out of first place. I forget who it was, but just an eye-opening play. You look at what what Soto did on Saturday, how he's capable of sort of taking over the game. You have Alonso. You just have right now a Mets starting pitching situation that's a mess because of injuries. But I think the Mets will straighten that out. Like they have Minaya coming back. They have Montas starting Tuesday night. So we'll see how that works out. But to me, these are two, very evenly matched teams. And, I think it's going to be an interesting summer going forward because I think, the second-place team is not guaranteed anything, unlike past seasons.
Who needs to make a move more, Philly or New York?
I think Philly does. I think Philly needs the bullpen help. They need an arm or two in the bullpen at a minimum. They need that bullpen help. Now, Kerkering is kind of looking like he's kind of emerging. He's kind of found something there. You've slid Romano down to maybe be a seventh-inning guy, but I don't trust Matt Strahm. He's kind of struggled all season, Mike. I don't really have a lot of trust in him right now. And again, it's just the numbers. You took 2 guys out of that bullpen, really 3. You don't have Alvarado because of the PEDs. You don't have Hoffman. You don't have Estevez. The only guy you brought in was Romano. So I think the Phillies, with their bullpen help, is absolutely necessary. I think the Mets, with the guys coming back from injury, I think they can solve their starting pitching issues. Now, I still think they need to get a starting pitcher maybe, but I think they can solve those issues from within. I don't think the Phillies can solve the bullpen issue from within. So, who's got to make a move? They both got to make moves, but I think the Phillies got to solve that would be my number one priority if I rank the Mets and Phillies moves. The Phillies got to get bullpen help. They've got to get numbers in that bullpen. I just don't trust the guys that are back there outside of Kerkering and maybe Romano.
All right, if the you had a playoff series, which big 3 do you feel has big moments in them more? Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Lindor, Alonso, Soto.
That's a lot of star power right there, right? I mean, and Mike, I don't know. I was up at the ballpark on Friday and last night. I mean, Soto, and I've seen him play obviously throughout the years, but the fact that he's on the Mets now just adds to the intensity of his at bats. I mean, his at bats when he comes to the plate. I mean, that stadium was just electric when he stepped in, to the plate. People hanging on every pitch, and he's doing his gyrations and he's sliding in the box back and forth. It's just great entertainment and great theater and why we love sports. I don't know the answer to that question. I know the one of those three guys that does have the big moments, that's who's going to win the series. The Mets had those moments last October. Lindor with that big home run, grand slam in Game 4, ends the Phillies season. So that's a great question. I don't know what the answer is, but whoever of those big three performs the best, that's the team that's going to be advancing in October.
That you're right about, and I would guess Bohm would be the next guy, Nimmo probably for the Mets, and then you're right. Both these teams are pretty similar after that. They both have kind of questions at second base, left field, center field. Catching's not giving them a whole lot of offense. Very similar type of teams.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, again, if they were to meet in a series, maybe it's, and again, you saw it this past weekend. I mean, Bryson Stott gets the big hit Friday night. Brandon Marsh has a great game on Friday night. It's maybe going to be those players that kind of decide, while we focus on each team's big three, maybe it's going to be, is it going to be Brett Batty on the Mets who makes a big hit? Or is it going to be one of their catches that comes through? So,
last year was Vientos. He killed him.
Right. Exactly. And, and if I had told you that 2 weeks before that, they played in a regular season game up at Citi Field, I believe on a Sunday night, and the Phillies struck Ventos out 5 times that night. So if I told you 3 weeks later he'd be in October hitting home runs to stick a knife into the Phillies' heart, you would have told me I was crazy if you saw him strike out 5 times in September regular season games. So, but you're right. Both these teams are kind of star-heavy at the top, and then they have a bunch of young, kind of rookie guys, talented guys that both organizations kind of have touted as big prospects. Both organizations want to step forward, and maybe the difference between these teams is, out of that group, who steps forward? Is it going to be Brett Beatty and Vientos when he comes back that's going to step forward? Or is it going to be Stott and Marsh and Kepler who kind of step forward? It's going to be fascinating to watch it unfold this summer.
All right, they won't play again until late August and then September, so we'll have to hold off on the Phillies and Mets. But right now, Phils have a 1-game lead over the Metropolitans in National League East play. The Mets, by the way, are 3.5 up in the wild card over the last team in the wild card race. So they are firmly in there right now as well. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And, of course, Phil's off tonight. They'll play the Astros this week. We'll have more on that here on Wednesday's show. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Michael. Thank you.
There he is, Mike McGarry, everybody, from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. When Mike's back on Wednesday, we'll talk a little Phils and the Astros. That's who the Phils play next. Don't forget, Wednesday night, the NBA draft on 97.3 ESPN. The Sixers own the 3rd pick. What will they do? We'll get more into that coming up later on in the week. Plus, the Flyers have made a trade today. We'll have the details. You can get the details right now on our website, 973ESPN.com. Don't forget, Geoff Mosher, a mailbag edition, a Monday mailbag with Mosher. If you have an Eagles question for Geoff Mosher, NFC East Eagles, pop it over to the text board right now, 609-403-0973. All that and more coming up on the Sports Bash. All right, 253, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Scott Lauber's going to talk some Phils with us, the latest on Bryce Harper. That's coming up in 7 minutes from now on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What is happening with Harper, and when can you expect him to return? We'll get into that. Plus, the Phillies have a logjam at the starting pitching spot, but who are the candidates to help out the bullpen? We'll get into that as well. Will the Phillies make a move sooner than later? Scott Lauber from the Inquirer in 7 minutes. The Flyers, speaking of the trade deadline, well, there is no trade deadline in the offseason. They just said it's time. And the Flyers made a trade earlier today. You can get the details right now on our website, 973ESPN.com. Our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, has all the details on the deal as the Flyers finally do something in an offseason. It feels like it's been like 5 years since they've decided to do something, but Trevor Zegras is a Flyer now from the Anaheim Ducks. Ryan Poehling goes to Anaheim. 2 draft picks, the 45th pick in this year's draft and the 4th-round pick in the 2026 draft are heading to Anaheim.
Remember, the Flyers still own 3 first-round picks, so they still have more assets.
Yes, they do. They have more assets, so pick 45 sounds like, hey, you gave up pick 45. They've got a lot of picks even before that. Durso has all the details at 973ESPN.com. A new pairing, I would guess, for Michkov. I would imagine Zegras plays with Michkov. I would think, Zegras was awesome as a rookie, flashy kind of guy. Can he get a change of scenery boost? We'll talk to Durso at 3:25 today on the Sports Bash. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live. Phil's day off, little day to put your feet up and reflect on beating the Mets 2 out of 3 at Citizens Bank Park. Phil's will be in Houston to take on the Astros next. Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer set to join us to give a little insight on, one of the things that we've come to do in this town sometimes is not appreciate. And it's like if the big picture says you can only win the World Series and anything else is a failure, you tend to nitpick a lot. Have you noticed that, Scott, over the years? Is that something that Philly fans have been known for?
No. Doesn't sound like anyone I know.
Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer is with us. Everybody wants to win the World Series. They look at this group and say, this is the last hurrah for this group. They're starting to get older. They're starting to break down. They've had some issues. But how good is this team? We just see them beat the Mets, and a lot of people said, hey, the Mets beat you last year. They swept you earlier. The Phillies lost 9 out of 10. They get swept by Pittsburgh. And since then, I saw a graphic last night on the broadcast Sunday Night Baseball. They've been the best team in baseball since sometime in April. I couldn't believe it. How much do we nitpick and not appreciate that this is a really good baseball team?
Of course we do that. And it's our nature to do it. And as you said, even if it wasn't, the circumstances surrounding this team kind of lend itself to that, right? They've made the playoffs 3 years in a row. They have, you could argue that they have been better each of the last 3 years and that they've won more regular season games each year, but they've also backslid around in the playoffs each year. So the push and pull of all of those things tied into the fact that there are a few players who are part of this core who are free agents at the end of the year. Maybe they'll be back. Maybe they won't be back. But Dave Dombrowski has said himself, there will probably be some changes next year. There have not been very many changes, at least to the core, in the last 3 years. So, all of those things, put them all together, and sure, I think we do tend to nitpick, or we tend to look at the roster and focus on what they don't have versus what they do have. I think if there's one thing that's been a little bit mystifying, is that there have been some peaks and valleys, some extremes these last couple of months where they've had really, really hot streaks and they've gone really, really cold. The hot streaks have outnumbered the cold ones. But look, they went, 9-1 in that stretch against the Pirates, the Rockies, and the A's, and everybody said, oh, who'd you beat? And then they struggled for a little while. Well, now they're into a tougher part of the schedule, and they've won 10 of 12, I think it is, or 10 of 13, and made up 6.5 games in about a week's time. They've got a 1-game lead over the Mets. And, look, if this is the unofficial start of summer, I kind of felt that way this weekend, right, where it was finally hot and the Phillies were home and it was a big series against the division rival. If that was the unofficial start, I think it's going to be a pretty entertaining baseball summer.
Scott, you've been around this team a bunch, and we saw the team struggling with Bryce Harper. Why have they been able to kind of take off without him?
I don't think that those two things are necessarily related. It's like when the Nationals won the World Series in 2019, and everyone said, "You see that? They didn't need Bryce Harper." Well, that team would have taken Bryce Harper if they had their choice. So you'd always rather have him in the lineup, batting third, playing first base than out of the lineup. I just think that I think the one constant for them, and the reason why they're going to remain among the better teams in the National League and probably all of baseball for the duration here, is their starting pitching is so good. I think just about every night they put somebody out there who's going to give them a chance to win, whether it's Luzardo last night or Sanchez or Suarez or Zach Wheeler, who's only probably the best pitcher in the National League or one of the top two. I think their starting pitching is really good. It's going to give them a chance every night. And if they score enough runs, and when I say that, it's not like they've got to put up 7 or 10 like they did the other night, Friday night. But look, I think if they score enough runs, their starting pitching is going to keep them in the game. You know that they're going to add a piece at the trade deadline, a reliever. Maybe they add another hitter. But look, I think it's a good club, and I think they can withstand not having Bryce Harper for a couple of weeks. But they want him back, and they're hoping that he'll be back fairly soon. It's just a question, I think, of from talking to him and other people, just how much of the pain can they get out of that wrist, and can they get it to a point where he feels like he can play through it?
Yeah, I mean, what vibe do you get from him on, because I think he was asked during the broadcast last night, hey, 10 days, and he doesn't seem like he seemed, in my opinion anyway, very optimistic. When you guys talked to him Friday night, I certainly didn't get a vibe that, like, this has got a ending to it anytime soon. Do you get that same vibe?
Well, I certainly didn't get that vibe when he first went on the injured list in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago. I was there. I asked him about it. He said, I think that was the day where he said, I'm not functional as a baseball player right now, which led to several follow-up questions from me and others. Like, what do you mean by that? Talking to him the other day, I got the sense that he was happy with the progress. That's not to say that it's gone as quickly as, they would love it to go, but I think he felt better this week than he expected to feel when he swung the bat in the cage off a tee, and he took some soft tosses. Now, the next step would be this week. He's traveling with the team, so the next step would be to get out there and maybe take some swings in the cage off actual pitching, and see how that feels. What we do know is he's not going to make a rehab assignment. He's not going to go to the minor leagues. So, from the sense that, like, could he wake up one day in the next 4 or 5 days? Could he wake up one day and say, I'm ready to go? Absolutely. I think that's how it's going to go. I think that it's probably going to go that way. Like, as opposed to them saying, well, here's the progression. He did this, he did this, he did this. I think he's going to get to the point one day where it feels much better. He tests it in the cage. It feels better, and he's like, "Let's go."
Mm-hmm.
So
what do they think it is, Scott? Just like tendonitis, just kind of chronically coming back after, like you have tennis elbow, it hurts for a couple weeks, then it just kind of goes away. Then because he said randomly it came back.
Well, that's the $1 million question, I think, and I asked him a lot about it the other day because this is something he played through last year, and he said, when I was talking to him one day in spring training, and he said, kind of reflecting on it, and he said it was a pretty good deal of pain, that it went away in the off season with rest. So it came back about a couple months into the season, and I asked him if that worries him that it came back. I mean, it went away in December, and he said, no, because I'm hoping that so this is different than last year in that he's resting it. Last year he tried to play through it. It's different than the offseason in that he's receiving treatment while resting. So he thinks the combination of treatment and rest will help this thing get better. But look, it came back before. It could come back again. I think that there is an element to this of how much of it can he play through. And maybe he can play through it to the point where they can manage it and it's not as painful as it was last year. But I asked him, like, why did it come back? Did they give you any answers? And he said that he's talked to multiple doctors. No one seems to know why it came back. No one seems to know whether it will come back again. So, this sounds like something he's going to have to manage. He did say he's been told he won't need surgery in the off season. So there's that. But, you do have to ask, why is it coming back and how can they prevent it from coming back again? And I don't know if they have the answers to that question right now. It does not sound like they do.
All right, let's have a little fun with this one here. Scott Lauber from the Inquirer. When Harper returns, he doesn't really, seem like he loved hitting in the number 2 hole, not that he was against it. Does he go to 2 with Turner 1? Do you plug him back in the 3 spot? How does that 2, 3, 4, 5 area kind of feel in your mind when that all plays out?
Yeah, I mean, I think you stick with Trey Turner in the leadoff spot for a while. I mean, It's gone well. It seems like it's unlocked. I wrote something last week. I talked to Turner for a while about it, and it seems like it's unlocked something in him where he's using his athleticism more. He's not necessarily trying to pull everything for a home run. He's taking his hits. He's taking his walks. His on base is higher than it's been in several years, so that seems to agree with him. I'd leave him right where he is. The question is, do you bat Harper behind him or do you bat Schwarber behind him? I almost think you bat Harper behind him only because you want to protect Harper, right? If Harper bats if Schwarber, I don't mind batting Schwarber and Harper back to back. In fact, I think I like it a lot. I want the two of them in the top three in my order. But would you rather, have Schwarber follow Harper and then maybe Harper gets more pitches to hit? Schwarber maybe bats in the 3-hole, and then you have the opportunity to maybe drive in both Turner and Harper if they're both on base. I kind of like Turner, Harper, Schwarber, but look, I think we've talked about this before. I don't know if it matters a whole heck of a lot. I mean, you talk to people who are like, listen, as long as you bat your best hitters in the higher spots in the order to get them up more often, it really doesn't matter whether it's 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1 or how you order them. I think they're quite clearly head and shoulders the three best hitters in the lineup, and I want them 1, 2, 3.
Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer is with us. Yeah, it'll be fun to see what they do with Harper here because Alec Boehm has been all of a sudden getting back to Boehm form of 2024. Now, some people would say that's still not good enough, but he certainly has turned things around. His batting average is up. He's starting to drive in runs, which is kind of what he's been known for. He frustrates you with the lack of power, but Boehm has certainly turned it around since the month of April. Him and, I can't believe this, Scott, Brandon Marsh has the 4th highest on-base percentage on the team. He did not have a hit in the month of April. Those two guys have you noticed something about them that is kind of, we keep saying, well, some of these guys just need to play better. Well, those two guys are certainly playing much better than they did in April.
Yeah, I mean, Boehm, it's been a longer stretch of time, really since the end of April. He's hit very well now. You said it, right? The power, you'd like to see more power. I don't think you're going to see more power. I mean, I think we know at this point that Alec Boehm is a doubles hitter. But look, it's a very productive hitter. I mean, when he's hitting the ball in the gaps, he's one of their better hitters with runners in scoring position. He's an RBI machine, right? He's driven in 98 in each of the last 2 years. I think you can put him in the 4-hole behind either Harper or Schwarber and protect that guy pretty well with Alec Boehm. I mean, teams might decide, okay, we'll pitch to Alec Boehm, and if you put runners on base in front of him, he's shown he's going to drive him in. So, for me, it's more of like last year's Alec Boehm, and I think you would happily take 2024 Alec Boehm if you remove the final month when he played through a bruised hand. Mm-hmm. He was really through early August, middle of August. He was, we know he had a great April last year. He was an all-star last year. But really, he sustained being a pretty productive hitter through the beginning of August. So if you gave me that guy, I think a lot of teams would take that player and plug him in to the middle of the order. Marsh is a little bit different, is a little bit harder because, look, I mean, everyone kind of looks at Brandon Marsh and wants him to be an everyday player. I don't know if that's ever going to be the case, but as a left-handed hitter, he can be really, really super productive, helpful player in your lineup if he hits righties and slugs against righties. And he's done that a lot more lately. His last couple of weeks have been really good. They've been in this run now of facing more righties. And, I thought it was interesting that Rob Thompson got asked the other day, is it a coincidence that in this run of righties that they faced 11 consecutive righty starters. Is it a coincidence that Marsh has produced as opposed to, in and out of the lineup, depending on, the handedness of the starter? And he said maybe, but I think, we've seen enough to know too that, he's just not going to start him against lefties very often. So look, I think Marsh has the potential to be a very productive player if he continues to slug against righties the way he has over the last few weeks.
So are we, obviously they need bullpen help, and they have so many options, which we can kind of go down that road in a minute here, Scott. But are we looking more again? It seems since 2022, I could have Scott Lauber from the Inquirer on and say, Scott, what do they need? Well, it'd be nice if they had a right-handed bat to hit in the middle of the lineup. It doesn't appear that guy is available. So is their best option is to try to find better options in the platoons that they currently have?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the answer. You're right. That right-handed hitter who can play every day and, you feel great about it's hard to find. I mean, we're not in an environment right now, an offensive environment in the sport where you have a ton of offense from your outfield. I mean, center field, I think we've talked about this on the show before, is kind of a wasteland in terms of like offensive production, and that's center field. I mean, that's a premium position all these years in baseball, and there's just not a whole lot of offense out there right now at that position. So yeah, I think if you can find a right-handed bat to platoon with Kepler in left field, that's probably where you're going to go. But I also wonder, and I'm writing about this today, like obviously it's a need, right? Because look at what they did last night, right? They faced a lefty starter for the first time in 12 games, and they played Otto Kemp in left field. Otto Kemp, who's an infielder, has all of 7 games of experience in left field in AAA. And rather than, Marsh in left or Kepler in left, a left-handed hitter, they went with Otto Kemp in left field, which is probably his third best position on the field, if that. So clearly it's a need. But then, you look around, and if you're going to make a move at the deadline and look through the prism of October, right? I mean, like, which left-handed starters out there on contending teams can really give you a problem if you don't have a right-handed hitting left fielder? Like, the Cubs have Imanaga. The Dodgers, if he's healthy, have Blake Snell. They have Clayton Kershaw. The Mets, if they ever get Sean Manaea back, will have Manaea and Peterson. I mean, you run down the list of teams. I mean, is there a, I guess if you get to the World Series, you've got to contend with Tarek Skubal, potentially if the Tigers get there, or, Max Fried if the Yankees get there. But like in the National League, if you run down the list of National League contenders, there aren't a ton of lefties that are really going to frighten you. So how much capital do you want to spend to go get an upgraded right-handed platoon outfielder, who's going to help you, 1 out of every, 5 games or so. I think the bullpen is still the priority for them at the deadline. I'm not telling you I don't think they need a hitter. I think they could use another one, but I think the bullpen is really where they're going to look, where they're going to pour most of their resources.
All right, Scott Lauber from the Inquirer. You watch this team's starting pitching. You've probably, obviously the 11 team had tremendous starting pitching. This team might be right up there with the depth of that starting rotation. Their bullpen's a problem. We know they need to add there. Is Dave Dombrowski watching this starting rotation and saying, what are we going to do here? Does he have an answer to all the starting pitchers? You've got Abel. Does he know what he wants to do with Abel? Thompson didn't give a ringing endorsement for Painter the other night. Hey, I've never even talked to the guy, really. I was like, really? I mean, you're treating him as if he's like some quad A guy? I thought that was a little weird. So how is this starting pitching and then the lack of bullpen going to shape up by the 31st?
Well, I mean, if they're sitting there on July 31st, after July 31st, and their biggest question is, how do we fit 7 or 8 starting pitchers into a 4-man rotation in the playoffs? And really, it's a 3-man for the first series and a half, because the off days there, whether they win the division or not, there are going to be off days where you only need a 3-man rotation for a couple of series. If that's their biggest problem after July 31st, I mean, they'll gladly handle that issue, because you can always move a starter into the bullpen. I mean, I watched Jesus Luzardo last night strike out Juan Soto in the 6th inning, and I thought to myself, like, I get it. It was 5-0. There was nobody on base. It was June 22nd. But, like, close your eyes and imagine that that's October 22nd, NLCS, 1-run game, and you've got to get Soto out, right? Like, you're telling me you're not going to want to put Jesus Luzardo on him? I mean, he was nasty in that at bat. He struck him out. He first kind of buzzed the tower a little bit, right? And he moved him off the plate, and then he struck him out. And Soto kind of bowed to him after it was over. And I know that they're friends. They grew up together in the Nationals organization, but man, I want to see that in the postseason. So, like, if that's your biggest issue, like, which starter do we put in the bullpen? Then that's a problem that I think everyone else would love to have.
Well, that one will be interesting to see how it plays out because, Scott, it was like, well, it's going to be Suarez. Well, Suarez might be your number 2 guy right now, right? I mean, he's pitched so well that it's almost impossible to not see him start a game. Then you got Nola whenever he returns. How does he factor in? How does Abel factor in? Can they trade Abel? Can Abel profile as a bullpen guy? I mean, this is going to be fascinating. They got about a month to figure it all out. And, of course, we'll be watching it. Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer's got all the coverage over at Philly.com and, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thank you, Scott.
Of course, Mike. Thanks
Always
so much.
good to catch up with Scott Lauber as the Phillies get ready to go to Houston to take on the Astros. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, Thursday, stop out and see us live at the Tuckahoe Inn. First time the Sports Bash will be at the Tuckahoe Inn. Now, Josh tells me it's in Beasley's Point. Their website says it's Marmora. You just can figure out how any way to get there. It's at the Tuckahoe Inn, and that will be live this Thursday from 2 to 6. Come get a photo with the Lombardi Trophy. We'll have it out in attendance with us. So if you want to stop out and get your picture taken, bring your friends, get something to eat, have a little early happy hour Friday with us, the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers made a trade. What is the message from the trade? What does it signify? We'll talk to our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, next on the Sports Bash. All right, 327. Flyers and Ducks make a trade. What does it mean for the Flyers? Trevor Zegras being shipped to the Flyers. Now, this guy's had some highlight-level plays. Ryan Poehling goes to Anaheim, draft picks. What's it mean for the Flyers, who now have a guy, 24 years old, guy who has been a rookie season, led all rookies in points per game, power play goals, was the runner-up to the Calder. So let's get Kevin Durso's take on it. What does it mean? What does it signify to him? Our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso from 97.3 ESPN.com, joins me right now here on the Sports Bash. And Kevin, the Flyers have been kind of quiet in all these off seasons. Got the draft on Friday night, so we figured, they got all these picks. Something might happen. This deal today, break it down for us.
Yeah, I probably should have seen this coming more than likely, because June 23rd is a day that things just happen in Flyers world. This was the day in 2011 that they signed Ilya Bryzgalov, made the trades involving Mike Richards and Jeff Carter. It was the same day in 2012 they traded JVR for Luke Shen. It was the same day that they drafted Nolan Patrick in 2017. And last year, it was the same day we found out Matvei Michkov was coming to North America. So things tend to happen on this day. This is, for this deal, this is the signifying of kind of that building of high-end talent, taking a swing on high-end talent. Zegras is a human highlight reel. He, all that people have to do is do a YouTube search on some of his highlights, and they'll be mesmerized by some of the things he can do. If you like what you've seen, even in the slightest, some of the experimentation that Matvei Michkov does on the ice, then you're going to like what you see from Trevor Zegras from a skill standpoint. When he's on, he's able to do things that not a lot of guys can do. Now, he does have an injury history, so obviously the Flyers needed to do some homework there to make sure this is going to be a suitable deal for them to move forward with. And the other part of the equation is that he's played multiple positions at forward. So the hope here is that this is one of your solutions to the center problem, that he can play center. He's more recently played wing more often. We'll see where it goes. The goal, though, is to try to get him to be one of these centermen down the middle so that you have a lot more, not just depth, but you have a player who pretty much immediately would slot into your top six in terms of centermen, because you just don't have that many.
Right.
So,
all right. Let's look at it. You just brought something up that interests me there. So does this guy scream as a player who you would pair with Michkov and say, let's see his energy, his ability to score, his creativity, and I want to play him with Matvei Michkov? Because Rick Tocchet, he said something interesting. He was on the air with the Locker Room last weekend. He was talking about, getting those two players together and then finding that third guy. That's kind of like, hey, sometimes you want a north-south guy, east-west, but getting the two guys that want to play together. Is that what this trade was about? Finding someone to pair with Michkov?
I think it's about that if you feel like, and they do, at least for right now, they're going to see where this goes, but I think it's about that if you feel like Zegras can play center, and then you have a center-winger combination. I feel like most of the combinations that Tocchet was referring to when he was on the Locker Room last week was a center-winger combination. You think about different situations where he was talking, he was always talking about, guys like Gretzky or Lemieux, and they have a guy you put with them. Well, those are good, really good centermen that you then pair a good winger with, and you get something. I mean, you could, for a Flyers example, look Lindros, Leclerc, and say Lindros was the centerman, Leclerc was the scoring winger. There's your pairing. Pretty much throw anybody else you want to on that line, and it's going to work out. That's what you're looking for in this situation. So if Zegras can be that guy up the middle at 5-on-5 anyway, that would be the ideal dream scenario here. It's certainly going to be something where you put them together on a power play, because you want that level of creativity on a power play that's been terrible for the last 5+ years at this point. This is your opportunity to get plenty of skill now between those two, and then you try to level it out with some of the other guys that you already can think about. Your Travis Konechny's, Owen Tippett's, a guy who's thrilled today, who maybe gets a benefit of being part of that power play too, is Jamie Drysdale. He and Zegras were tight from their days in Anaheim. He's going to be ecstatic to know that one of his best buddies from Anaheim is now coming over to join the Flyers as well, and that there's going to be some probably immediate chemistry there as well. So not necessarily positionally, because that's a forward and a defenseman, but you need to have somebody who can kind of patrol the blue line on that power play, and Drysdale supposedly has the tools, and I wonder if they explore that even further now going forward.
What about what the Flyers give up in exchange here? I mean, obviously, you look at this deal. Everybody that I have, walking around the building, hey, I love this deal. Everybody seems to say the Flyers, this is a deal that I like for them. What did you think about what they gave up?
Yeah, so I think the first part of what people like about it is that is the skill level that you recognize this guy from his highlight reel plays. So immediately it injects, it's just like Michkov, it injects some life right into the whole situation. People are going to like this guy a lot. He's got a great personality. He was a fan favorite in Anaheim. He's going to be well liked here as well, especially if he lives up to the potential. In terms of what they gave up for it, it's exactly what you need to do, in my opinion. It's a very, there's a risk involved because of his injury history, but it's a worthwhile risk, in my opinion, because you're giving up Ryan Poehling, who this is really good asset management on Danny Briere's part. You bring him into the picture on a 1-year deal a couple years back. He bets on himself. He gets in contract extension as a result, and then you move him later in a deal, and his ceiling is probably, fourth line center at best. So you're bringing in a guy who should equate to your top 6 at that point for a player like that. This is why you got all the draft picks you did. All you do is throw in one of the second-round picks from this year that you have, so you still have 3 of those and your 3 first-round picks as the weekend approaches, to be determined whether you do anything else with those, but you still have 6 picks right up at the front of this thing. And you move a pick in the middle of in the middle rounds of the following year's draft when you're probably thinking more and more you're going for bigger things than draft picks at that point. So it's a very suitable cost. He, as you brought up, his age, he's 24. That fits the timeline well. It all really makes a ton of sense to try something with this kid, that he's young enough that he falls in line with what you're trying to do. He's got the skill. He could potentially play the position you have the greatest need at. It's worth taking the shot. Is it a little bit of a higher cap hit for a guy like that you're taking a chance on? Yeah, he makes $5.75 million toward the cap, but that's part of why I think you give up Poehling in that deal to balance it out a little bit so you still have some flexibility. And otherwise, you get everything else I think you were looking for, and you're willing to take the chance because he's also an RFA after next year. So you have control of him too if you like what you see from that first year. So it all makes sense to me that it's a worthwhile risk to take. I talked about before Danny Briere needing to take some swings with some of the things they got going on, whether it's a draft pick that seems like he's got a lot of potential to be that skill guy, or a trade like this. This is a worthwhile swing, in my opinion. And you hope it results, a June 23rd trade like this, you hope it results the same way some of those June Kyle Schwarber home runs go, that it's a June Kyle Schwarber type of move.
We'll see, on that. Let's move forward here to, okay, they make this move. Does this kind of signify to you, man, they might want to be creative and do some more things? Or is this like, hey, this is a creative, no-brainer type of thing, but don't expect them to make a lot more noise?
It really remains to be seen. I don't think they would do anything. This is kind of the way that they were going to have to acquire the talent. I don't think there was many free agents that they would be able to get without having to throw way more money at them than they're willing to spend, at least right now, because they're going to get even more cap space going into next offseason. So I don't think they wanted to just deplete themselves of what they've already got and do it for something that isn't necessarily a part of the long term here. Even with Zegras, you're still figuring out whether or not he's truly part of the long term. It's got that potential, but you have 1 year committed to this right now, and then he's an RFA. You can work with that going forward, just like they've done already this offseason with Tyson Forrester and Noah Cates. You've got time to play with this to see where it goes and see if it's worth your while. I do wonder if they explore the trade market further, though, because they didn't give up exactly a lot of the draft capital here. They only gave up one of those second-round picks. It was actually the third furthest in the second round at this point, so they still have their top 2 second-round picks and all of the first-round picks, and I don't think we're done seeing them move it. I think that I knew 7 was probably too high of a number, that they weren't going to just make 7 picks and call it at that. There had to be something that they were willing to part ways with one of those picks to get. There's been some rumors about Buffalo being a team that's kind of doing the same thing that Anaheim might hear, where they're trying to figure out who stays, who goes. Buffalo's got a really solid young defenseman in Bowen Byram that's probably on the market. And you can imagine if you could do the same type of thing and package maybe some picks, maybe there's one player who's not as much part of the long-term future that you think you can get. And that's a guy who immediately, safely, I can say, slots into your top 4 as defenseman, but has top pairing potential. That could solve another big area of concern and give you something to build at. And it's another guy who's on that younger side, who's in that 23 to 25 range, that's worth taking a shot at. So if it's there, take the shot.
Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, 97.3 ESPN.com. You just mentioned the draft capital that they have. What is the draft Friday night? Obviously people aren't studying the draft. They don't watch a lot of these players. From what you know and understand with what the Flyers have and what's in this draft class, is this the kind of night that could be an exciting ending?
Yeah, I think so for a lot of reasons. It still remains to be seen whether or not they use those picks to do something like they did today, where they move it and get a player that they feel like slots into the lineup effective immediately. And even if they don't, the last several weeks have kind of proven that maybe it's not as weak of a draft as people think it might be, or at least that if you can get your hands on the right kind of player, that there's potential there. Certainly it feels like at 6th overall, they're going to get a good player, and they're going to get somebody who probably is another name that you figure helps their center depth. There's a lot of centers that are going to go in the top 10. There's a really good chance that if you can even just get, a defenseman's going 1st overall, a winger is in the equation for the top 5 potentially. And if you can see those 2 players kind of remain in where everybody kind of expects them to go, there should only be 2 or 3 centers that actually come off the board before they pick. And that could leave some very enticing names on the board. We've seen James Hagan slip a little bit in the rankings, and he was at one time projected to be the number 1 overall pick. We've seen other names that are risers in the draft, like Jake O'Brien or Caleb Desnoyers, that could be part of this picture as well. You could get one of those 3 guys. I think you would be really happy about it, and that would set the foundation for what the rest of the weekend could hold. And then from there, I think you've got all these other picks, and they're so bunched together at this point. You're going to, 22nd, 31st, 36th, 40th, and 48th. You got a lot of things that you could do where you could package those to try to move up a couple of spots and see if you can't get your hands on a guy who falls a little bit that you feel like you want to take a chance on as well. And that's the exciting part, is that there's so many directions that this could go. They could just make 6 picks. They could also make 4 picks and trade a bunch of stuff around to move themselves in the draft order, or maybe end up with something like they did today, where they end up with a high-end talent player that could have a lot of potential.
Yeah, and by the way, Zegras, of course, back-to-back 60-point seasons, or 60-plus point seasons. He's a guy who has scored. You mentioned the injuries. Over the last 2 seasons, 88 games, 18 goals, 29 assists, 47 points. So a guy who has been able to score but been frustrating at times with the injury issues. So we'll see how he slides in here. You mentioned maybe better suited to be on a wing. We'll see what they end up doing with him there. But obviously the first move of this pretty interesting offseason is made today by the Flyers, as they have acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks in exchange for Ryan Poehling, 45, and the NFL and 45 pick in the NHL draft on Friday night, and the 26th pick a 2026 4th round pick. I got all that in there now. There we go. All right, Kevin Durso has more on the trade over at 97.3 ESPN.com. And, of course, the draft on Friday night, we'll keep our eye on that. All right, Kevin, appreciate it, pal.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Good to see you as always. Kevin Durso, everybody, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Breaking it all down for you now. This move, as he said, and a lot of people seemed pretty stunned by the fact that they only give up Poehling and these picks to get a player like this, who, very good example of a guy who is, a lot of people I see on social media giving the Howie Roseman thing, the 1-year deal, the high risk, the low risk, high reward type of guy. Hey, come here, 1-year deal, see what you can do. He's a restricted free agent. Then maybe you can earn yourself something. You take a look at the ability for him to put the puck in the net. I mean, just some highlight reel type of stuff. But we talked about it. 60-point seasons back-to-back, at 61, 65. You'd be hard-pressed to find the Flyers having guys that can be consistent enough to put back-to-back 60-point seasons on the board, right? This past year, for instance, the Flyers' point leader, you take a look at who led the team in points this year, they had 2 guys score over 60 points, Konechny and Michkov. That's it. The next guy, Couturier, had 45, Forrester 43, Tippett 43, Brink 41. You're bringing in a guy who's outscored pretty much every single guy on this team over the last, couple. Did it twice, by the way. So you get a high potential player for low risk with Poehling and the draft picks. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I know pretty much every Flyer fan that I know seems to like this deal. I haven't heard one person say, what the heck are they doing?
Well, because, again, for 2 reasons. One, they didn't give up any of the first-round picks. I think that's a huge part of this conversation. And 2, you mentioned it early in the conversation with Durso that this is a guy that a lot of people are familiar with. So You know how people are, they're more happy with something they're familiar with than what they have to, I've never heard of this guy. Like, for example, the Flyers could have acquired somebody. Let's say that person was better than Zegras, but he's not someone who's well known. People are going to be like, why should I care? But I think this is a great move, not just because of his potential, but because now you're showing the fan base, Mike, we're serious about trying to turn this thing around sooner than later. We're not just going to, hang around in the pit for 5-6 years. We're trying to turn this thing around. And also, don't forget, Mike, it's important to show Mishkov, the guy who came over early, that we're trying to make this team better.
Well, and listen, the fact of Michkov coming over last year and then playing as well as he did, showing you the flashes that he had in him, I think it's very interesting and very bold that the Flyers went ahead and said, let's try to get him something. It's an aggressive move for them to say, hey, let's get a young guy to try to pair him up with, as opposed to just trying to schlep him through another season with someone who just doesn't have the ceiling. That's what's different here. Here's a guy, maybe he works out, maybe he doesn't, but he's 24 years old. It's almost akin to, when the Flyers traded for John LeClair. How old was LeClair at the time? He had been a kind of established player, but he came to the Flyers and just became a star.
LeClair was at least a well-known commodity when they acquired him.
He was 25 years old, by the way.
So
when the Flyers got LeClair, he was a young player who had shown some flashes, and then the Flyers said, you know what, let's bring him here, and he ended up becoming a guy who scored 40 points twice in Montreal to a guy who became a 90-point scorer in Philadelphia.
Because he was given the opportunity.
He was given the opportunity. LeClair was a player that in Montreal, when the Flyers traded for John LeClair, I don't think people thought like, wow, this guy is going to be John LeClair. He became John LeClair after he got traded here. It was kind of a under-the-radar move at the time, and that was what my initial thought was. LeClair was kind of an under-the-radar pickup by them, who was young at the time and had shown some flashes in Montreal, and then really this became the right spot for him.
I think the biggest difference is that LeClair was seen as, hey, this guy has won a cup. He's got that kind of experience. He was a role player on a championship team, whereas Zegras has already shown that he can be that star scorer that LeClair didn't initially show yet in Montreal.
Well, and by the way, I'm not comparing them in terms of skill set. LeClair was a big guy. This is a more flashy type of player. I'm just talking about where they are in their careers. Yeah. And the Flyers have lacked speed for my life. My lifetime. The 2025 NBA Draft is on 97.3 ESPN Wednesday night. Round 1 starts at 7:30. Round 2 starts at 7:30 on Thursday night. You can listen to Round 1 and 2 of the NBA Draft on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It centers on the Kevin Durant trade. Stick around.
the Kevin Durant situation in Houston feels a lot like the Aaron Rodgers situation with the Jets.
Oh, no.
This is not where I'm just going to put it out there. Like, obviously, this won't be the place where he's had the most success in his playing career, but this will be the thing that we remember the most. If Kevin Durant doesn't deliver here, that will be the thing that stands out more so than anything else that he's accomplished in his career.
Chris Canty said that on Unsportsmanlike this morning, 6 a.m. to 10 on 97.3 ESPN. Is the Kevin Durant saga, him bouncing around from team to team, 4th team in 6 years, becoming the Aaron Rodgers thing? Do you see the parallels between Durant and Rodgers? Rodgers, Green Bay, the Jets for 2 years. Now he's in Pittsburgh. I think most people now kind of look at Rodgers as like a washed-up, kind of go-away type of thing. Do we feel the same way about Durant? I'm going to say this. I don't think Durant's washed up. I definitely think he could be a productive player and be a very, very good player. But I don't think you're winning the championship because Kevin Durant's the best player on the best team anymore.
You're definitely not. And I am very curious to find out, can Kevin Durant learn from what happened with the Nets and with the Suns and avoid the criticism that Canty is describing, this idea that Durant's starting to end his career as this like vagabond?
Yeah, I mean, I still think Kevin Durant, I think you look at what he did in Phoenix. The thing with that is, look, you're on a Phoenix team that just had nothing around him, but you're Kevin Durant.
Correct.
And that's where people expect more from you, being like, hey, you're Kevin Durant. Like, you've got Durant, and they had so many injuries out there, but you're still Kevin Durant. And it's almost like just by having Kevin Durant, you should be at least like 500, right? Instead, the team didn't make the playoffs last year, and I know they had a lot of problems, but can Kevin Durant be the guy that takes Houston from 52-30 and make them better than the team that we saw last night? I don't think that's the case.
Remember, the Suns were a team that had just been to the NBA Finals, and about a year later, they added Kevin Durant. You're like, they're going to go back, and it never happened.
Well, are they instant contenders? They were the 2 seed this year. Does this make them instant contenders? Look, you're already 2. Have you passed 1? It's hard to say you just added Kevin Durant, $51 million, by the way. And by the way, he averaged 27 points a game last year. He's still really, really good. But I'm going to hold on to being 36 years old and saying the new era of the NBA is pushing the LeBrons, the Currys, the Durants. They're getting pushed further back. That's the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, whatever the sport, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. You can get the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. It's a Mosher Mailbag Monday. Our mailbag questions for Geoff Mosher today, a lot of them center around the NFC East. A lot of Commanders and Dallas stuff today. We took a lot of questions on that throughout the last couple of days to get you ready for a Mosher Monday mailbag here on the Sports Bash. Geoff Mosher from PhillyVoice.com and the Inside the Birds podcast joins us right now for Football at 4. What's up, Mosh?
Hey, it's pretty hot out there.
It is hot. You should be at the beach. What are you doing?
I think it's too hot to be at the beach. I want to be in a ice cold bathtub like after a football game.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are now inside 1 month to training camp. Yesterday was 1 month officially to the Eagles reporting at training camp. Today we are inside a month to Eagles training camp. And obviously the Eagles, they're going to be all around the next couple of weeks here in terms of they got the Jason Kelsey event down here. We're going to have Connor Barwin on the show. He's got an event coming up as well. So you'll still hear a little Eagles stuff here and there popping in. But let's get some of the Mosher mailbag questions for a Monday mailbag edition. A lot of these are kind of centered around the NFC East. Some other ones in there. We got some good questions for you this week. So let's see what we got for Geoff Mosher here on the Sports Bash Live. Now, you guys have a Inside the Birds podcast series where you guys are starting to break down the NFC opponents. That's why we kind of tried to get questions based on the NFC East.
Yeah, and we do it differently. We bring Greg Cosell in, and we don't just opine on who we think is good or not. We get Greg's breakdowns on newcomers, draft picks, scheme changes, like Brian Schottenheimer now taking over for the Cowboys. That was today's in the Cowboys. And then we, between Adam and I with our intel on how the teams think about these things, we combine that all. It's really comprehensive stuff.
Well, let's make sure everybody out there listening subscribes to the Inside the Birds podcast, Football at 4. Let's go. Tom and Marmora, you're up first today, Tom. What matchup concerns you more, Geoff Mosher, the Cowboys offense versus the Eagles defense or the Commanders offense against the Eagles defense?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, Dak Prescott's healthy history against the Eagles is you look at it and you say, man, when he's healthy, he's good to go. But I would say in this regard, I think it's the Commanders because Jaden Daniels showed the Eagles something that, you don't see around the league very much, which is a guy who can throw and move and just, will a game by himself to win. That is very difficult to do in this league. We've seen Jalen Hurts do that at times earlier in his career with the Eagles. Their first Super Bowl, their first playoff season for Jalen Hurts, I think 2021, right? He had to win some games with his legs there and his arm. But yeah, Jaden Daniels he's scary. So even though they don't have great playmakers either, but neither does Dallas, they have a more formidable team. So I would worry more about their offense.
Yeah, both teams added weapons in the offseason, right, Moshe? You got both teams adding new wide receiver targets, which obviously makes things a little bit more challenging for the Eagles defense, which is an interesting question that came in here from, let's go to this one, from Will in Pleasantville. Will in Pleasantville says, which situation will the Eagles use Quinyon? Well, actually, he says, let's get this question from Will in Pleasantville first. I kind of skipped over the one that had to do with that last one. But Will in Pleasantville, will the Eagles use Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean any differently in 2025 now that they have more experience in the defense?
That's actually a great question, especially based on some of the things that we've seen in OTAs. For example, we've seen Quinyon Mitchell playing both left corner and right cornerback, whereas last year he was the right cornerback. So maybe there's a chance he's playing the left side. Maybe, and I doubt this, right? But when I see a guy cross-train, it enters my mind. Maybe there will be some opportunities where Quinyon Mitchell plays and trails the number one wide receiver of the other team. That's not something I imagine happening a lot because the Eagles play so much zone. But you can still do that and play zone within those concepts and move the cornerback around in your zone. So that's a potential there. And then, I think Cooper DeJean will definitely it's not that it'll be used that differently. He'll just be used more. He's going to play the nickel position. Vic made that very clear, and that's what they're in, anywhere between 75 and 82% of the time. But it also sounds like he might start at either cornerback in base or safety in base. So that remains to be seen.
Calvin in Northfield, you're up next. Can the Eagles dominate the division again? They went 5-1 last season. They beat everybody twice except for Washington. They beat once. And, that's what made the Eagles in the Andy Reid era so tough. They just constantly beat up on the NFC East. But is the NFC East a fait accompli like it was back then? Because those teams in the NFC East during the Andy days were not very good.
Right. No, they can't. And it doesn't mean anything worse about the Eagles. It just means that the NFC East is tougher than you might think. They went 5-1 last year. Obviously, Dak Prescott was hurt. Obviously, the Giants were 2 wins that were fairly simple for them last year. But this Giants defense, I think, is really, really good with the offseason additions they made, the draft of Abdul Carter. They had good pass rushers to begin with, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns. I think that as long as they're healthy, they will be better. And if their offense gives them a break, and I do think the offense is still bad, but not horribly dysfunctionally bad as it was last year. I think that they will. Andrew Thomas being healthy at left tackle is a big deal for them. Him coming back, because they weren't terrible up front on the offensive line when he plays, and they've made some additions to their offensive line. They have Malik Neighbors now. They're expecting Theo Johnson to be a better player in year 2 at tight end. So I'm not sitting here telling you the Giants are going to be contenders, but I do expect them to be better than a 3-win team. So I think if the Eagles go 5-1, that would be really, really tough in this division now.
Good breakdown. Let's go to how about this one? Mosher Mailbag Monday from Kevin and Cape May. What's the one area where Dallas still has a personnel edge over the Eagles that could close the gap, maybe cause a problem, when they play?
Man, I'm not really sure that they do. So that's it. And you don't have to, like if we talked about the Eagles versus the Commanders last year and said, where's the edge? You might give the Eagles every single edge, especially if you weren't convinced by the second game that Jaden Daniels was going to be amazing. Now, maybe you could say Jaden Daniels is on his way to being a better quarterback than Hurts. That's for fans to argue about. I don't know. But I'm just not sure, if you want to make the argument, Dak Prescott's a better thrower of the football between the numbers than Jalen Hurts. He absolutely is. So does that make him a better quarterback? That's, again, for an argument up for debate. They're all in, I always think that there's like the upper tier, maybe the 3 best quarterbacks, and then you get to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can put them in a blender. They're different every year. But even if you wanted to call that a wash, I just don't know where the Cowboys are definitively better outside. All right, I'll be fair. I didn't really think about this. I like the Eagles' edge rushers, but they don't have Micah Parsons. So I think you can argue that the Cowboys may have a better set of bookend.
Well, and the Eagles have done a good job of handling him.
They have. Well, in certain games, yes. Other games, not so much, but sure.
Well, you always say, anytime the other team's strength is their pass rush, you feel the Eagles have something to neutralize that strength to the best of most teams' abilities.
Right. They've used the RPO game and the quarterback threat of a run to neutralize. You can't rush upfield against Jalen Hurts the way you can against Matthew Stafford. So that neutralizes some of your best pass rush. It doesn't make guys like Micah Parsons any worse. It's just an advantage that the Eagles have to be able to keep them off balance.
Absolutely. It's like, when you have A.J. Brown and the other team has a lockdown corner. At least your strength, they feel like they can do their best to neutralize your strength.
Exactly.
All right, let's get a Mosher Mailbag Monday question. Rick and Absekin, should we be more concerned about Washington's offense adding Debo and 2 starting offensive linemen? They drafted one in the first round. They also traded for one. Pretty good one, by the way.
Yeah, I would say yes and yes, because they were sorely lacking outside of McLaurin in another playmaker. Now, if Debo is not the guy from 2 or 3 years ago when he was an all-pro in 21 and 1,100 plus yards and double-digit touchdowns in 22, if he's that guy, that's a really good addition for them and makes them that much more multidimensional. If he's not, if he's more like the guy last year, then it's not as much of a concern. However, it's still probably better than Noah Brown or Diami Brown, whatever they were getting from their number 2 guy last year. But I agree with Rick in that I think the starting offensive line is a real, especially those tackles that they added, Laramie Tunsil and drafting Josh Connerly, which, Sam Cosmi can come back and play right guard from that ACL tear. He was a very good right guard. Biadasz is a good enough center. Brandon Coleman will probably move to left guard. He started left tackle as a rookie last year, and for a rookie left tackle, didn't do a bad job. Adam and I said this: if the Commanders avoid the shiny toy in the draft and go offensive line this offseason, then they will show that they are no longer the Commanders of the past and that they are for real with their team building approach and philosophy. So to come away with Laramie Tunsil and Josh Connerly and to be able to move some guys inside. Now, Mike, one of the biggest things is whenever they had an injury, they were screwed up front because they had not only a bad starting five, but they had no depth. Right now, you've got Wiley and you've got Algoretti, two guys who've started in this league, and I think both won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs, as your top two guys off the bench. So now, not only are they figuring it out with their offensive line as a starting group, but they have depth that they've had.
Well, and one thing you wonder about their offense is, do they have more peels of the onion now in year two? Somebody asked a question about year two of DeJean and Mitchell. Do they now have a better feel to Daniels and can add more to him than they did last year? Last year you're feeling him out, and you have a better understanding of him in week 10 than you did in week 1. But now you have all offseason to say, hey, I know a lot more about him and what more I can do with him.
Yeah, and you would have to think that, just like the Eagles talk about, part of their success will be about evolution and building off of last year's foundation offensively. I'm sure they're going to want to do more, and Cliff Kingsbury is good enough to be able to add to that.
All right, let's get a Mosher Monday mailbag question from Kevin in Washington Township. He wants to know more 2025 wins, Mosh, Cowboys or Commanders?
The thing about the Cowboys, Mike, is that everybody's down on them, but they have more talent than people realize, so they could easily have more wins than the Commanders. But the thing is, if you're going to talk about boom-bust potential, I think the Cowboys have far more bust potential, whether it be injuries or aging or their secondary, where they have a lot of both injuries and aging. So I would say that I think from coaching staff to an infusion of talent to young nucleus, that to me the Commanders are in way better shape to win more games than the Cowboys.
I agree with you on the Dallas thing, that they had so many injuries last year, so it's hard to get a read on what they could have been, because, look, they won, 13 games the year before?
Yeah. And they averaged, when Dak is healthy over the last 5 or 6 years, whenever McCarthy was coach, they averaged either 12 or 13 wins per game. You can't do that without talent. They have a lot of talent. They just don't have the right mix of it at times, and they don't stay
And the
healthy.
coach is a wild card for them.
Total wild card. Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Kevin in Washington Township. Let's go to Jeff in Margate. Mosher Monday mailbag. Can the Eagles' revamped secondary handle the Commanders' weapons, McLaurin, Debo, with Daniels under center? A lot of people seem like they're worried about that Debo-McLaurin tandem.
Well, look, to me, it's more about how the Eagles play defense versus how the Commanders play offense. And the Eagles, it's not like they shut down the Commanders' offense per se. Well, we know in the second game they gave up a lot of points. They lost. But even in the NFC Championship game, I don't know if people remember, but the Commanders opened the game with an 18-play drive that ended in a field goal because the Eagles were really good on third down, and they were also really good at turnovers. The Eagles created 3 takeaways in that game that were not the fault of Jaden Daniels. It was 2 fumbles, right, and 1 got bounced off a hand for an interception. They were sloppy with the football, but they know how to break down a zone. They know how, and if you remember, Austin Eckler caught a lot of balls against them, and McLaurin was able to beat them both deep and on the inside. And now, again, they've got Debo. They have a second year. So they know how to patiently move up and down the field, which to me is not this is the fault of, say, Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean or the pass rush. It's just about the ability to play those kind of zones and still be turnover driven. That's going to be the big challenge, Mike, for this team. Can they create the same number of takeaways? Because remember, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is no longer there. He was a big part of their takeaways, right?
Yep.
Their edge rushers getting to the quarterback, causing disruption. No more Josh Sweat and Milton Williams.
All right, Moshe, let's get one or two more here for you. Let's pop this one into the old machinery here so that everybody can read it who's watching. Mosher, Monday Mailbag, which Washington offensive player is the toughest matchup for the Eagles defense? That's a good question.
Jaden Daniels? Are we leaving him out of the equation?
It's like, how do you match him up, right? It's like, hey, do you have the personnel to minimize what McLaurin can do for you? Their run game isn't like this explosive run game.
Right. Well, I think in the spirit of the question, we'll put the quarterback aside because that's obvious. And I'll say this. It's sort of a tie between Eckler and maybe Debo / Ertz. The point is that they are not going to be able to move the ball deep against the Eagles defense a whole lot, maybe once in a while, like the McLaurin bomb, but they're going to try to attack a zone deliberately, methodically, and in the voids, which is the flats, especially. That's why Eckler had 8. If you could fact check me. I thought he had 8 catches for 80 yards in the first game. I think he missed the second game. He was out in concussion, and in the NFC Championship game, he caught some passes, but you fall far that behind from turning the ball over. You can't just throw dink and dunk passes to your running back. But that's how when they move the ball effectively against the Eagles, it's because Ertz and Eckler and the short catch guys are doing their job. So I would look, for the spirit of this question, to see how McCaffrey in year 2, who's supposed to be their more dynamic slot receiver, Luke McCaffrey, let's see how he evolves, because I could see him being an issue.
All right, last one. Let's go to a John in Summers Point. Mosher Mailbag Monday question. How do you expect the safety rotation to play out? Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson too big of a loss to replace?
Yeah, that's a great question, John, because one of the things Adam and I have talked about on Inside the Birds is if you look at Reed Blankenship, he's played really well 2 of the last 3 years, and those were the years that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was next to him, giving him that he can be that deep safety. He can make the plays, and allow Reed Blankenship not have to handle as much responsibility like that. We'll see how Reed Blankenship not only plays next to someone who isn't C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but who's very likely to be a rookie in Drew Makuba. So, yes, I think that the loss of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, is it too big to replace? That's hard. That's a hard question. I don't know. We're going to have to go see. But can I certainly see us having a conversation?
He seems to think so.
Yeah, I mean, can we have a conversation by week 7 where, man, they're not creating as many turnovers. They're not as nasty on the defense on the back end because they don't have a guy like CJ. Yeah, I can see that conversation happening.
Right. That's where, the Eagles struggled without him the year before, is they didn't get anything from their safeties in terms of turning the football over. They just could not get anything, and it was a revolving door. So the question is certainly valid. The safety rotation, you're hoping it's not much of a rotation. You hope somebody secures that spot.
Absolutely. And you hope all 3 of them, and Sidney Brown plays well so that you have optionality. If you want to throw 3 safeties on the field, you want to give a big nickel look against certain type of offensive sub packages.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. You can get the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms, and make sure you check out Jeff's work over at PhillyVoice.com as the Eagles go into hibernation for the month of June. But we are inside a month from the reporting of training camp. Geoff Mosher will be all over it. Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. All right, Moshe, thanks, buddy.
Hey, thank you. That was a great set of questions. Talk to you Wednesday.
Yeah, man. We'll do another Mailbag Monday with Moshe here on the Sports Bash. Those NFC East questions, keep them coming in. You can hit us up on all the socials, text board, a lot of collaboration of it all here on the Sports Bash Live. When we come back, it's Knicks Nuggets. Earnshaw's in the house. What is on his mind today as we get you ready for a big week, the NBA draft, Wednesday night. You can listen to round 1 on 97.3 ESPN. Round 2 is on Thursday night. It's 2 rounds this year. By the way, the NHL draft is on Friday night. So you got draft on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then Saturday is the back end of the NHL draft. If I'm the NHL, I'd probably wait till the next week to give everybody a little break there. Bygones. All right. we'll see what Nick's Nuggets has. Earnshaw was at my house last night watching Sunday Night Baseball. We did On the Porch last night. We were there late. Didn't leave till like after 10 o'clock. We had a lot of stuff on the Phillies and Mets, who won 2 out of 3 from the for the Metropolitans. What does it mean? Well, the Nuggets are next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 428 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Thursday we're live at the Tuckahoe Inn. First time ever we'll be at the Tuckahoe Inn. Stop out and see us from 2 to 6. Get your photo taken with the replica Lombardi trophy signifying the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl championship. It's an awesome, awesome sight to see the trophy in person. Get your picture taken live at the Tuckahoe Inn this Thursday from 2 to 6. And then on Friday, we're going to be live at Ventnor Social. That will be from 2 to 6 this Friday. 2 chances to stop out and see the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, it's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, and, of course, he is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He joins me now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. What's up, Nick?
Oh, what's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? It's a heater out there today, just to say it. I got to put that out there. It's a heater, but we got a couple of our teams on some heaters. Phillies, 2 or 3 from the Mets. You got the Flyers making moves out there. I mean, Danny Briere turned into Howie Roseman of hockey real quick. I love to see it heading into draft week, so that's fantastic. But you know where I got to start. We got to start with the baseball team. The local team, Philadelphia Phillies, take 2 or 3 from the New York Mets. And I got to talk about a certain situation we saw play out yesterday. Otto Kemp going to left field, something we may see more of in the coming days, right? So I want to talk about the Kemp situation in left. Bryce will come back eventually, hopefully. I mean, hopefully things work out with the wrist. But with Kemp in left, he hasn't played a ton of it. About 7 games in AAA, not a ton of outfield for him. But Ruben Amaro made an interesting point on the Phillies show, and I want to play this clip. Here is Amaro talking about Kemp and what it could mean for the trade deadline.
If this guy can play left field well enough so that they can platoon he and Kepler out there, I got to believe they're going to continue to put their eggs in that bullpen basket. That is a far more important piece of the pie.
So with that, Mike, he also talked about the Phillies. He doesn't think they have enough assets to go out and get both a big right-handed bat as well as a bullpen piece. So is Kemp and Kepler, is that platoon enough, and does that satisfy you heading into the postseason if he can get it going?
Listen, I haven't got a big enough sample size on Kemp so far. You know, he's done a good job, had the RBI last night. No power yet, though. He hit a bunch of home runs, 14 in AAA. If he's unable to start providing a little bit of power, you wonder, hey, can you keep finding these little holes? Can you keep squirting a ball through the left side without, starting to provide a little bit of pop? But, yeah, the other question I would have here is, if he's part of the platoon, is he as effective if he's only playing a couple days a week? That's a big difference where you're only playing twice a week as opposed to every single day. Look, he's hitting 260 right now. We're acting like the guy's hitting 450, and it's like, wow, let's get this guy in the lineup every single day. 260, 327 on base, 647 OPS. Those are not numbers that you should be going gaga over. I get it. He's added a little bit of infusion. He had the RBI last night. I'm not trying to rip the guy, but if you can get an upgrade, you look for it. If you can't, he's the best option you have currently to fill that role.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Rojas factor we talked about, right? Like Rojas, he's a guy that needs at-bats every day consistently if you want to see and maximize his production. I feel like Kemp's a little bit similar, but not to the extreme of Johan Rojas. You don't know what you're going to get if you platoon him with Kepler all the time in left, because when Bryce comes back, his at-bats are going to go way down. He's not going to be playing a ton of first base or third base if they play Bohm over there at times. So that's something to think about with Kemp. I just don't know if that's enough. Like, is Kemp going to be the guy? Like, he's batting 260. He's been good. He hasn't been great. He's been good. I wouldn't say great. Are you looking for great out there in left field or a guy coming back in? I don't know if that guy's out there anyway.
Well, we talked to Scott Lauber earlier today, and it kind of came down to this. That right-handed bat to take over center or right field or left field just doesn't really exist right now. Pretty much, if you're going to add to this team, you're just trying to upgrade one of the platoon sides. So, in other words, if you can find a better right-handed bat to platoon with Kepler, that's what you do. If you can find a better right-handed bat to platoon with Marsh, that's what you do. If you can find a better left-handed bat to platoon, that's what you do. But you're probably not going to find a guy who's going to just take over that role and be the everyday player.
The other thing I've been pondering, too, with Kemp is, you know who he reminds me of a little bit and kind of the way the Phillies are using him that we hoped had success? Is Scott Kingery. Does he not remind you of Kingery a little bit to an extent because he's being a kind of that utility guy? First base, third base, left field, to an extent. I'm not saying he is the exact same as Scott.
You better hope not. You better hope he's not Kingery.
I've been pondering is Otto Kemp, is he what we wanted Scott Kingery to be so far?
I mean, I don't know that I see Kingery. I mean, Kingery, you were hoping was kind of like, hey, they moved him all over in terms of he played second, he played short, he played center. Kemp is kind of the opposite of that. He plays corner infield, not middle infield. He plays corner outfield, not center field. He reminds me of what you were hoping Weston Wilson can be. Guy who can play some left, guy who can play some third, guy who can play some first, and then hit like 250, 260, maybe provide a little bit of pop. Unfortunately, Wilson, he did that last year for you. He had a little bit of a role last year as a guy who just kind of was I just hope Kemp isn't your classic 4A player who just overall gets too much exposure and then gets overmatched, and the next thing you know, he's hitting 230, and you're like, okay, now you got to update this guy as well. So far, he's done a nice job, but, I think he's kind of like what they wanted Weston Wilson to be. Play some third, play some first, play some left field. And by the way, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I go back to Kingery is because he could play multiple positions. That was kind of the idea with Kingery. They're different players. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is it's kind of that essence of, all right, he can play here. We can stick him here. We'll put him there. He'll be fine, and he'll be consistent for you. That's kind of what they wanted out of Kingery, and Kingery just was not that. I feel like there's a little bit of Kingery in Otto Kemp.
Well, one of the problems with Kingery was they were moving him too much. I mean, they were moving him all over the places.
And is that going to be a problem here if they're moving?
I don't think so. No, I don't really see the resemblance here because Kemp to me has moved all. That's what he has done in his minor league career because he wasn't a highly thought of prospect. Kingery was a guy that they thought they signed him to that deal before he ever played a big league game. This is a guy who was playing Division II baseball and is looking for a job on his LinkedIn page. I mean.
They put his LinkedIn page up last night. I think you and I have more connections than he does on his LinkedIn profile. I'm just saying.
Right, exactly.
That came out of nowhere. But that's what's been so great about Kemp is, all right, if you can move him to left and he can platoon with Kepler and it's decent enough, do you just go all eggs in your basket? You get the best bullpen arm or a couple available on the market because it's going to be competitive.
Listen, if he can handle himself. Now, he's only got a month left to really, get some at-bats here and show the Phillies, hey, you don't need to improve this left field platoon. So that's a small sample size. How many times are the Phillies going to face left-handed pitching? Now, he might get to play some first base the other days when that happens, so he'll get an opportunity to play a little bit more. But I don't know if the Phillies are going to get a big enough sample size, so they might just have to take the small sample size and then say, you know what, we're just going to go with this guy. The question will be, what can they really get to improve any of the deficiencies that they have? One problem is, I was looking at the standings a little while ago. If you look at the standings now, it's June 23rd. On June 23rd, between now and July 31st, a lot can change. But in the American League, all the way down to Baltimore, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams are within 6.5 games of the wild card spot. All right. So if 6.5, if you want to take Baltimore out of that and say they're out, 9 teams are within 2.5 games of a playoff spot. So are those 9 teams going to be trying to sell? I don't know. In the National League, not quite as many. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams within 3.5 games. The other team is Atlanta. They're 7 back. So there's not a lot of teams that really think they're out of it yet. So really, if you want to pick up the phone and try to make a trade, you have Chicago White Sox, the Athletics, Colorado, Pittsburgh, Miami, and Washington. They're about the only teams right now that you can pick up the phone and try to call and say, hey, are you interested in doing something? Otherwise, you're going to have to wait till the end to see who's in and who's out.
Yeah, I mean, that third wild card has really put a damper on trade deadline day because every team thinks they got a shot now at this point. And that's not the only factor here, Mike. The other factor with this is that a lot of teams are going to be vying for those top reliever arms that are supposedly on the market. I mean, that's another aspect you have to look at this. There's going to be a bidding war probably for some of these guys. So do the Phillies have enough to bid? And are they going to say, all right, we're going to stick with Kepler and left. We're going to go all in on a bullpen piece and utilize our assets that way because the market is just all going towards bullpen arms.
Well, and that moment where for 2 months you just say, this guy, that guy, can they get this guy? He's a free agent. He's available. He's there. And then they go out and get Austin Hayes, whose name you didn't hear literally one time until the day that they traded for Austin Hayes. That's generally what ends up happening here. You're going to hear, all these names you've been hearing for a couple of years. Lewis Robert Jr.'s name has come up for 2 straight years. Mason Miller's name has come up for 2 straight years. Those guys, generally, you hear their name all the time. You're like, okay, when's it going to happen? And then they get some guy, you're like, I didn't hear his name at all. That's what I'm looking at right now for the Phillies. Can Dave Dombrowski get creative and find that guy, from a team that's kind of in it but kind of not? Maybe you're a team that has a need that you can help, and they have a surplus of something, much like the Phillies. The Phillies have a surplus of starting pitching. So maybe they find a team that needs a starting pitching that is in the race but has a surplus of something else that is a match for you. That's the hard part about it.
Yeah, and I think it was last week or the week before on Nuggets, we talked about it. It's probably going to be a name that they're going to get that we have not talked about one time. That's probably what's going to happen with the Phillies and what Dave Dombrowski is going to do at this point, especially with all the teams vying for a playoff spot, all the teams vying for a reliever at the deadline. It's going to be an interesting deadline, to say the least. It's a good baseball team overall. So, but there's some things they got to add in the postseason that we know have hurt them in the past. You don't want that to happen this year because you want to make a run. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2, speaking of teams that making a run, is the 76ers window this season. Last night we were robbed of a great Game 7 because unfortunately Tyrese Halliburton went down with a torn Achilles. It was awful, awful, awful. You don't want to see anybody go down like that. It was we were robbed of a great game, and injuries, you just hate to see that happen. But with all the Achilles talk that's been going on, I mean, Dame Lillard, another name, Halliburton, you have a number of guys in the East who are out. Tatum, another name that will be out next year for an extended period of time because of their Achilles issues. 7 champions in 7 seasons as well. Is this the Sixers' opportunity now to really go for it in a weakened East because of all the injuries heading into next year, Mike? I mean, you have the 3rd pick. If you can stay healthy, I mean, I know everyone's probably rolling their eyes, but the Sixers, there's no reason for them not to compete next year, barring the injury bug.
Well, all that makes sense, right? But it's such a wild card on whether or not your roster can stay healthy. Because if they're healthy and Boston doesn't have Tatum, then obviously that's a huge loss for them. And if Indiana doesn't have Halliburton, what are they without Tyrese Halliburton? Probably a good team. Are they an NBA Finals team again? Probably not. I think Orlando's gotten better. Cleveland's going to be pretty good again. But you're right, it's wide open. But yours is so predicated on, are those 2 players going to be there for you? Now, your mindset going in at the start of a season is, yes, the Sixers have Joel Embiid and Paul George. They're going to be at training camp. They should be healthy. They should be ready to start the season. And if that happens, then absolutely you should feel like you are just about as much in the mix as everybody else. But then as the season starts, you begin to hold your breath wondering when that moment will be when one of those 2 guys go down and missing an extended amount of games. Now, the big question is, what ends up happening on draft night? Do they draft this player at 3? Does that guy have a role right away? Look, last year, Jared McCain, nobody thought he would have any role. The injuries, the injuries turn out to be a blessing in disguise, really, because McCain gets on the court. By him getting on the court, you have now found out that you have a real rotational player, so that ends up being a huge plus for you. McCain, Maxey, do you bring Grimes back? What kind of player is Grimes? Is he the good player on the bad team? Can he fit in as a role player? So many things. And Wednesday night, they have that third pick. If they take a player, is that player good enough to help them go, if healthy, from middle of the pack to the upper echelon? If not, do they trade that pick because they look and see what happened in the East and say to themselves, man, look at all the injuries. Let's go get an established player and move back in the draft so we get an established player and we get a player that we like in the draft. That could be an option too. I think it's fascinating what they have in front of them on Wednesday night. And as you just mentioned, how wide open the East has become.
Yeah, the East is wide open next year. You just had the Knicks. They fired their best coach in years. So that's another thing that happened in the offseason, or not now the offseason, I should say. Since everything's going on. I mean, you had all these injuries. Knicks fired their coach. Cleveland's that real team. Like, all right, we know they're going to be good. They'll be at the top of the standings. So we know the Cleveland Cavaliers will be fine. Everything else is a what if. They'll be good teams again, even though they're missing their star player. But that hurts every one of those teams. Those players being out, Dame, Tatum, and Halliburton, that hurts those teams. So that's fascinating to watch. Also, Sixers draft. I don't know. I think this was Friday a little bit after I was on. I think it might have been during the 5 o'clock hour, 6 o'clock hour. It came out. Ace Bailey throwing out the first pitch for the New York Mets tomorrow night, Mike. Is that another X on Ace for you?
Well, I wasn't a big Ace fan to begin with. The fact that he canceled doesn't really do much to change that. I talked about this the other day, is he already made the bad decision, right? He already made one questionable decision.
Another one, too, for the fans.
He had a chance to go to Kentucky or Kansas, and he elected to go to Rutgers. That's your first red flag of bad decision-making. This team has too many ridiculous things that have happened to them. I don't need any more drama. So I am out of the Ace Bailey drama game. Give me something that's a little bit more stable than that. You know, to me, he just screams at the kid. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I didn't say that. I think he's a guy who's going to go to Charlotte and score 25 a game, and you're like, oh, my God, we didn't draft the guy who's scoring 25 points a game. But when he comes to your team, he's not a winning player. He's the guy who's the good player on the bad team. And all of his decisions leading up to this point seem to indicate he's cool with being the good player on the bad team. He's okay scoring 18 a game because he was the star.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen.
Big fish in the small pond. He has no problem with that. And he's made that indication. He wants to go to a place where he can be the star pretty much right away. He wants to go to a place where he could be the guy right off the bat. He doesn't want to have his path to stardom blocked by somebody else. So I'll take a pass.
All right. I hated that he's going to throw out the first pitch for the Mets. And the fact that it came out right before the Phillies-Mets series, it grinded my gears to no end. So, and I was defending him on Thursday and Friday. And this comes out, I'm like, here we go. Another bad decision by Ace Bailey. It's fascinating. It's going to be probably him or Edgecombe if they stay.
Now, see, that doesn't bother me in the least bit.
See, that bothers me. That grinds my gears to no end. The fact that he's going to go throw out the first pitch of the Mets game. Now, granted, all things considered, Dylan Harper, he also is throwing out the first pitch at the Yankees game. This is a Rutgers thing that is going on. So
yes, I have no problem with this. I have no problem with this. Don't care one bit about Ace Bailey. I'm not putting that on the list of bad decisions at all. By the way, apparently his hope is to try to find a way to get to Brooklyn is kind of like what a lot of people think he's been trying to, because I said to myself, okay, you have a meeting with the Sixers. You have a chance to go play with Joel Embiid and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey. If I'm a third pick in the draft, I'm thinking, hey, that's a pretty good team to walk right into, as opposed to if the Sixers pass on me. My options of 4 are Charlotte, 5 is Utah, 6 is Washington. Do any of those teams sound like attractive landing spots? It sounds like, hey, I'm cool with being the good player on the bad team. If I don't go to Philly, I get to go to Charlotte and be the star. I get to go to Washington and be the star. I get to go to Utah and be the star. So that, to me, kind of lines up from what I'm saying is He's trying to bypass Philly to land up where? Charlotte, Utah, Washington? Brooklyn is at number 8, so maybe that's what he's trying to do. I don't know, but to me, too many bad decisions there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he wants to be the star. He wants to be the guy. That's what it seems like. The way they're positioning themselves, the way Ace Bailey is positioning himself with his team, it seems like he just wants to be the top dog. He comes to the Sixers. He's going to be coming off the bench. In a perfect world, whoever the Sixers draft is a guy that can contribute this year off the bench and then eventually develop into a key player, a marquee player for this franchise after the George, after the Embiid era, and pair along with McCain and Maxey. That is your perfect case scenario. That usually doesn't happen with the Philadelphia 76ers. And if you take Ace, he is such a prospect that has had so much controversy surrounding him. People love him, people hate him. He has divided this fan base and most people, for the most part, on this pick.
Brian Windhorst said something the other night. He said the GM that takes Ace Bailey is a GM that is secure in his job. So can Daryl Morey afford to take a player like Ace Bailey?
Well, the thing is also, if he's going to be coming off of the bench, I mean, you're not going to know right away if Ace Bailey is, this great player, this great prospect. You might not know. If he goes to a team like the Wizards, he's going to play every night. You're going to really know what he's made of.
Well, yeah, he's going to get to go to the bad team and be the star.
Yeah.
Which is what he wants.
Yeah, it's what it seems like. But it seems like, there's reports out there, Daryl Morey would still take him anyway and take him. So I don't know.
And keep in mind, the Sixers are close to Rutgers. They don't have to have him work out. They probably saw him in person plenty this year. By the way, here's what Brian Windhorst said. This was the other night before the NBA Finals.
Every year there's a dangerous prospect in the draft, at least one. He's a dangerous prospect because he's obviously incredibly talented. You draft him, it could be a grand slam. You pass on him, and somebody else drafts him, and you might have it all over your face. You draft him, and it doesn't work out because of these are concerns. That could get you fired. He is a classic situation and that's why I think the team that gets him will be a team with a general manager who is very safe in his job, who says, trust me, I believe in this player, and that's what I...
Trust me, this is the right guy. I don't know that I'm there.
Yeah. This is one that have to hit on it. You do. That's what has to happen. That's the.
All right, the Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. The draft is Wednesday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Nuggets.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, Nuggets are back tomorrow. Nuggets will be live on Friday at Ventnor Social. Stop out and see the show. Nuggets will be on hand on Thursday's show. We're going to be at Tuckahoe Inn. That will be a fun show. Pete G will be back with me on Thursday's show, so we'll have the Lombardi Trophy replica out there for you to take your picture with. Come out with a bunch of friends, get your picture taken around that Lombardi Trophy. Post it on all your socials. Make sure you tag us if you're going to do that, by the way. All right, coming up on the other side, it's a 5 o'clock hour here on the Sports Bash as the Phillies win 2 out of 3 against the Metropolitans. What's the sign moving forward? We'll explain coming up. 5 o'clock on your drive home from work. What's up, everybody? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Is it Friday yet? No Phils tonight. Makes you have that Friday feel like you just want to kind of get into the weekend. Phils take 2 or 3 from the Mets. Now, Friday night, Apple TV Plus. Did you see the game?
I did not see it live.
No.
I was tracking it on X, and then I watched it live on MLB TV's app afterward.
So I found the game Friday night out, found a place that had the game on, and in fact, they kept the game on and let us hang out and watch like the whole thing because they usually close early, and they said, hey, if you want to hang out and watch, because the game's like 2-2.
Right.
So we got a chance to hang out and watch the rest of the game Friday night. Saturday, got a chance to see the game. I was down at Mudhen in Wildwood, was watching the game there on Saturday night. Not much to see in that game. And then last night we did On the Porch. So we watched the game on the porch last night. And kind of a tale of 3 different games, really. I mean, the Phillies Friday night. You know, it was weird because all 3 games had a similar situation where there was a big inning that really ended the game. Because the games were close, and then the one big inning kind of exploded, and then that kind of ended the game just like that. Last night was a 5-run inning. On Friday night, same situation. The Phillies in that one inning, it's 2-2, right? The game's 2-2. And the next thing you know, the Phillies end up scoring 6 runs in the 7th inning. Fast forward then to Saturday night, where the Phillies got back into that game. It's a 5-4 game after Bohm drives that run home. I guess that was in the I don't know, the 5th inning. I guess they got back into that game, and then New York scored 2 in the 6th. They got 3 in the 8th, and once they scored 3 in the 8th, you know, all the home runs that they're hitting there. What was it? It was 5-4 at one point, so it was 4-5 in the 5th. Yeah, it was 5-4 in the 5th, and then they had the 2 big innings. They got 2 in the 6th and 3 in the 8th, and that kind of just put the game out of reach on Saturday night. And then the game on Sunday Night Baseball, the Phillies scored 5 runs in that 4th inning last night. So it was a bunch of big innings this weekend. That was kind of the downfall in all the games. We're going to take a listen to some of the stuff on the Philly Show podcast, which is Ruben Amaro Jr., Jim Salisbury, and Todd Zlecki. Right now, it's one of the best podcasts out there when it comes to getting some insight. Zalecki's been on the beat for years. Salisbury's been on the beat for years. Ruben Amaro Jr. obviously was the general manager of the team during their, post-World Series years, trying to get back to that World Series. He's also a part of the broadcast team. So I really enjoy this podcast and hearing some of the stuff and hearing Amaro's insight as a guy. Listen, he made the worst trade in the Phillies' history, in my opinion, by trading Cliff Lee. But that being said, he had this team pretty competitive for years. It's always good to kind of get the mindset of a guy who had that position and had that role. But a lot of criticism of Rob Thompson and the Phillies putting together that lineup the other night, that right-handed lineup. I saw so many people saying, how you putting Buddy Kennedy at first base and the whole right-handed lineup thing. Well, it paid off here, and the guys that he counted on, which, by the way, he's going to need to count on these guys the rest of the way. You've got platoons at second and left and right, and right now, you might have platoons at first for a little bit until, although they don't really have a left-handed option to play first base. But you're going to see a lot of mixing and matching from Rob Thompson, and it paid off on Sunday night.
What is Thompson doing with this lineup, man? It's like a must-win game, and this, that, and the other. Like, okay, dude, relax. It's putting some righties in there because Peterson's throwing the ball really, really well. He's been one of the better left-handers in the game over the last month and a half. So, great decision. Guys performed. Edmundo Sosa was a stud.
Players make managers look good, and Edmundo Sosa made his skipper look good with a heavy right-handed lineup. Had a big night, had big home run, 3-run home run.
So that's the lineup last night. Did you have a problem with the way the lineup was stacked last night because of the fact you had Peterson pitching? I figure, did anybody think any differently? That was I saw a lot of the criticism. I'm thinking, why are you surprised by this?
I think people they don't actually understand how baseball works. Baseball is a game of matchups. And so if you have a left-handed pitcher who's had a ton of success before last night against the Phillies, you need to put up a lineup out there that's going to make him less successful.
For the most part, anytime a left-handed pitcher pitches, you are going to see Johan Rojas play center field. Brandon Marsh cannot hit against lefties. For the most part, anytime a left-handed pitcher pitches, you are not going to see Max Kepler play left field. And it's getting to the point where you're not going to see Bryson Stott play second base anymore. I mean, and I have no problem with that. Bryson Stott has not earned the opportunity to play that position every single day if, when he doesn't play, Edmundo Sosa comes in and provides what he did last night. Now, McGarry brought it up earlier. Bryson Stott has been better recently, and he actually has. His batting average, his on-base percentage is, and we're talking about small sample size. The last 2 weeks, it's about 400. In the last week, it's about 400. His on-base percentage in the last 2 weeks is like 385. That doesn't shadow the fact that he has not been very good this year, save for a handful of when he moved to the leadoff hole, he had a nice little run. But Stott has been very disappointing. I mean, let's be honest here. So I have no problem with Sosa being the guy. I guess the Buddy Kennedy thing, I don't know who they wanted in the lineup last night. I was perplexed by that.
All right, so you said a bunch of different things there, so I kind of wanted to respond to a couple. Rob Thompson has mentioned in recent weeks that he's been trying to find ways to get Sosa into the lineup more. He's been trying to find creative ways to get him off the bench. So, in my perspective, Mike, anytime you can get Sosa on the field, you're probably going to see him. And by the way, you're going to see 2 left-handers coming up this week. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more of Sosa again, which brings us to the whole Kemp thing. We know that Weston Wilson was sent down with the express purpose of this guy is not producing for us as a right-handed bat against left-handed pitching as we had hoped for. We got to try somebody else. So when you brought up Buddy Kennedy, well, where did Buddy Kennedy play most of this year in AAA? First base. He played 33 games in AAA at first base this year. So we knew that if there was an opportunity to put someone in left field and you're now no longer Weston Wilson, it was probably going to be Kemp.
Well, we all kind of had the feeling that Kemp, if he showed that he could handle himself, that the eventual spot for him could be left field because he was never going to play third base over Bohm.
Right.
We knew he wasn't going to be the long-term first baseman when Harper returns, so that if he had some offensive prowess and he was going to stay at the big league level, it was going to have to be at a position like left field. And, you're just throwing Kemp out in left field and hoping that his bat outweighs the fact that he has never really played left field at this level before.
Correct.
So if he, and I talked about this with Nuggets, he has from now until July 31st to show that he can hit left-handed pitching. The problem will be the small sample size. How often is he going to see left-handed pitching? And then I would imagine while Harper's out, he will play first base still against right-handed pitching. So he should be playing pretty much every single day until Bryce Harper comes back. And then the Phillies can make their decision on whether or not they need an upgrade over Kemp or do something else.
They'll find out whether or not Otto Kemp can actually play left field. They're going to find out this week because they're playing 2 left-handers in a very, very tough place to play left field. It's short, but it's weird. It's the very short left field with a strange angle in left center field. So he's going to have Paco Figueroa is going to be working with him out there in that corner of the ballpark here.
Yeah, so he's going to go play left field. They're in Houston. It's a little quirky out there at Minute Maid Park. Is it not still Minute Maid Park?
No, it's some other weird
Enron?
name. No, it's not been Enron.
I know it's not Enron.
It's
I think Enron kind of had some troubles.
I actually have to look it up. They were actually joking on the Phillies Show podcast about what the name of the stadium was, and they're making up like fake names for it because the name is so dumb.
Well, regardless of what the name of the stadium is, it is a little quirky. Remember back when the place first opened, they had the hill out in center field? They actually had the hill. You had to run up the hill in center field.
It's called Dakin Park now.
What is it?
Dakin.
Dakin Park.
Daikin Park.
Not familiar with that business.
Yeah, I don't know either.
So this is a pretty important week for Kemp, whether or not he can handle playing left field. And he's got to hit. I mean, he had the RBI last night. Give him the credit for that. But the numbers are not great. I mean, they've been okay. He had a couple big hits. He had the RBI last night, which he should be credited for. And listen, I'm not asking him to hit more than 260. I mean, if that's what he ends up hitting, it's better than what you were getting out there. But hasn't really showed a lot of the slug that he showed at the AAA level.
Not at all.
He had 14 home runs. He led the International League in home runs. So far, has not displayed that power. That's something that, listen, if he gets on base a lot, that's different. But so far, he hasn't been a big on-base percentage guy. I think his on-base is like under 320. So while he has been a nice story, it's 327, by the way. Well, he's been a nice story. I'm not sitting here knocking Kemp. The Phillies need to find out whether or not if they can find an upgrade. As we talked about earlier with Scott Lauber, can they find an upgrade? They have 4 pieces that are parts of those platoons. Can they find an upgrade to any of them? In other words, if you find a better left-handed center fielder, can you move Marsh over to be the left-handed bat in the left-handed platoon?
Right, instead of Kepler.
I don't even know what's better, Kepler with the 9 home runs or Marsh with the 341 on base. Which is a more valuable part of your lineup?
It's so weird because Kepler's in the final. He's on a 1-year contract, whereas Marsh, you have control of him a couple more years. So in theory, most people would say, well, trade Kepler because he's only on a 1-year deal and move on. But I would argue that probably other teams value the guy with more team control in a trade, right?
Well, I don't think anybody wants Kepler in a deal. I think he'd be in a situation that Merrifield was in last year. You just cut ties and say, we're moving on. And if they had to make a choice, I think that's what they would do. They would put Marsh. In other words, if they found a center fielder, let's say they traded for Lewis Robert Jr., and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just throwing a name out there who plays center field and is likely available. Let's say they made that trade, and he's now your everyday center fielder. Rojas is out of the picture. Marsh moves over to left field, and I think Kepler ends up getting released.
Gotcha.
He becomes Merrifield. Hey, we paid you for half the year. Thanks for your time. And he goes and latches on someplace else. I mean,
probably hits a bunch of home runs there.
Yeah, right. Like Cody Clemens.
I was going to say he'll go to the Yankees and hit like a bunch of bombs.
Right now, you've got Kepler hitting .211 with a 303 on base, 9 homers and 34 RBI. The exact opposite player is Brandon Marsh, who's hitting .257, so he's got a higher batting average, 341, higher on-base percentage, 372. Their slugging percentage is about the same. Marsh, who has 1 home run to Kepler's 9, actually has a higher OPS. I don't even know how that's possible. So I think Marsh is seemingly the more valuable guy there, even though Kepler has 9 home runs, because the point here would be the player that you get that replaces the center field tandem would be the guy that hits in Kepler's spot in the order, and you keep Marsh where he is.
Exactly.
609-403-0973. Why is this week so important for Otto Kemp?
If this guy can play left field well enough so that they can platoon he and Kepler out there, I got to believe they're going to continue to put their eggs in that bullpen basket. That is a far more important piece of the pie.
So if he can show that, and he says this week, I got to think it's more than this week, though. Now, I get what he's saying because of the outfield, because he's going to play the outfield twice.
Right.
As opposed to they think he can play first base. But one question that I've constantly had leading up to this is, what kind of trade assets do the Phillies actually have? How many legit tradable pieces do they really have?
Yes, they want to win in 2025, but they're going to have to give up a lot to get this reliever, and they don't have a lot to give up in their system. And so when you start thinking about getting 2 pieces, that's even more difficult.
Yeah, so he makes a great point there. Let's break this down real quick. How many actual tradable pieces do the Phillies have?
Now, when you say tradable pieces, I think we're also defining it as players that other teams would actually legitimately have an interest in.
Well, listen, let's go around and do the example here. The exercise would be this. You're not trading Harper.
Nope.
Bryson Stott, you could trade him.
Yes.
So that's one.
That's one.
Are you comfortable playing Edmundo Sosa every day?
If you have to.
If you have to. I think you would say, sure, I would do that. I would agree. So if somebody called you and said, I'll take Bryson Stott, we'll give you a bullpen arm, I think you would do that deal.
100%.
Trey Turner's not going to be traded.
Nope.
Alec Boehm, I don't think the Phillies at this point can afford to trade him.
I think the Phillies have already got.
They would. I think they would trade him and play Sosa there. Or Kemp. You could play Kemp at third.
I don't think it's. I think the only way they trade Boehm is if they get somebody.
If they
who
get
can
what
play
they
that
want.
Position.
No, I disagree with that. I think they would trade Boehm if one of the offers that they made in the offseason, they came back and said, we're willing to do that now.
You mean like the Kyle Tucker rumor?
Yeah, something like that was big. And I don't see that happening. I'm just saying, I think the Phillies would be willing to move Boehm, but they're not just going to do Boehm for rental right-handed arm.
Gotcha.
But I think if it was like, hey, we'll give you Mason Miller, because that was one of the reports this offseason, right? The two pitchers from the Mariners, I think the Phillies would go back to those offers and say, okay, we'll do those, but we're not giving you Boehm for Chapman.
Right.
Now, would you do Stott for Chapman?
100%.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. The Red Sox would do that deal.
I don't know if the Red Sox know what they want to do right now. The Red Sox feel like an organization that now they
Did you read that article about the Red Sox this weekend?
About the whole Devers trade?
Yeah.
It's just a complete fiasco.
Total fiasco.
Like, all I can think
their
in my
best
mind
prospect, though, is a second baseman.
Their best prospect is the second baseman.
Or at least one of their best prospects.
One of the best prospects. They would have called up Anthony in the
Anthony's
outfield.
an outfielder, but
they have another
Marcelo
great prospect
Mayer is
at
the
second.
base, and they just
Yeah.
brought him up. So they wouldn't do Stott either. Although they might put Stott at short.
They might put him at short because
if they could trade Story.
Or do you ask Story to move the DH?
Well, right now, who's DHing? Anthony?
Anthony is like a part-time DH. They don't really have a DH right now. So, I mean, do you tell Story, hey, I got a better defensive shortstop?
They got some because Bregman will be back. We'll see. But needless to say, I would trade Stott. If somebody called you and said, we're interested in Stott, you listen.
Right.
Boehm, I think the Phillies would probably be on more of, we'll do it we'll do it on our terms, not your terms.
Right. We need to be blown away.
The outfield. Kepler has no value.
Nope.
Kemp has no value.
No.
Rojas has no value. Marsh has no value.
Marsh has a little value because he's under team control for the next couple of years. So he could be an add-on to a trade. Like if somebody was like, hey, we like this prospect or we like this player, but we want more. And you said, well, Marsh is under team control for the next couple of years.
Yeah. And then Castellanos, nobody wants him.
Nobody wants that contract.
And, I mean, theoretically, you could try to trade Real Muto, but you have no answer in your own organization.
Right.
If somebody, they're not trading Real Muto. All right.
He's more likely to leave in free agency than be traded.
Then, you're not trading Wheeler. You can't trade Nola.
Nope.
I don't see a scenario where you trade Christopher Sanchez.
Rangers going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Do you consider it at all?
Well, I think him being a free agent makes him a potential trade. I just don't see how you can do it at this time. Luzardo's a wild card. You traded for him and gave up a decent player in Caba to get him. So do you just spin him off? I doubt that. I think you're more inclined to see the Phillies think about using Luzardo and or Suarez in the bullpen. Whoever at the end of the year, you look at the whole resume and say, okay, you're going to start, you're in the bullpen. You know, Lauber brought it up earlier, hey, that one-on-one matchup with him and Soto, that was a possible playoff preview that, what if you brought Luzardo in the seventh inning of a game in that moment and threw him there? Thought that was an interesting comment. Then you've got nobody in the bullpen has any value. Kirkering would have value, but they're not moving him.
Marginal value.
Then it's the next group. Painter, you're not trading.
Nope.
Miller, very, very low percentage chance you're trading.
I doubt they're trading. I would doubt they would even have a conversation about Miller.
So then it goes back to Abel and Crawford.
Right.
So really, in all actuality, what Amaro just said, they have maybe 3.5 tradable players. Now, you can go to lower level minor leagues.
Like a Dewara Tati.
What level of player could they get you back in return where they are the headliner in the deal? I don't see very much there. You trading, an 18-year-old catcher, I don't think you're getting a top level. Now, you might get like would Boston say, hey, we'll give you Chapman, you give us your 18-year-old catcher? Maybe. I think Boston
those
with
deals
Chapman
happen.
obviously makes a lot of sense. Although, they're only a half a game out of the wild card right now.
Boston, like I said, Boston, they are going to find out in the next 5 weeks if they believe they are legitimate.
Well, as I talked about with Nuggets earlier, there's 10 teams in the American League that are 9 teams that are within 3 games.
Right.
So it's really hard to call any of them right now and say, hey, you ready to bail? Of course they're going to say no. There's 7 teams in the National League that are in the same boat.
Yep.
The other teams that aren't, there's not a whole heck of a lot to peck from them either. You're going to Colorado and saying, hey, can I have somebody? They're like, joke's on you. We got nothing to give you, man.
Right.
Pittsburgh, similar situation. I mean, how much does Pittsburgh really have to give you?
I mean, if you're the Phillies, to me, the only situation that makes sense is if you called Pittsburgh and you had a conversation about, and again, he has to waive his trade clause. But, if you said, look, Kemp is not working out in left field. Can we go get Andrew McCutchen and Bedard and maybe get 2 for 1 on a cheap?
Yeah, one problem with McCutchen is he hasn't played a whole heck of a lot of outfield this year, so keep that in mind as well. So, yeah, I mean, something like that. That would be a guy outside the box who's got to waive his no-trade clause. He's been here before. Okay, fine. Hey, we'll give you Kemp. I know the Phillies have Gabriel Rincones, too. I don't think he has any value.
I think he has value. I think you're undervaluing the fact that, we don't always realize that other teams, sometimes value is not always based on if the guy actually has value. It's sometimes based on what the other team just says, hey, we like what that guy could be for us.
Sure, I get that point of it, but he's a 24-year-old guy. He's right at the end of the prospect line.
Which is why maybe a team like the Pirates would be like to have him.
Maybe. I'm just saying I don't think you're getting much more than a 36-year-old journeyman, a 38-year-old journeyman like a McCutchen. My point is I don't think you're trading Gabriel Rincones and getting a prime right-handed bat to the middle of your lineup. You might get an Austin Hayes type of return.
But that's fine, because if Rincones gets you something, it's better than nothing.
And by the way, Rincones is 24 years old, playing at AAA, so he's an older prospect. And he's hitting 218.
But he is still rated a top 10 prospect according to MLB Pipeline in Phillies organization.
In their organization.
So if you're another team and you're saying, well, who are the Phillies' best prospects? And you're saying to the Phillies, hey, look, we got a couple guys who are veterans. We're willing to unload them. And the Phillies said, well, I'm not giving you Mick Abel.
Right.
So it's like, well, that guy Rincones could be a fit for us because, don't forget, Connor Falafa might be a guy get traded to a team like the Yankees at deadline, so they might need an infielder.
Yeah, I if somebody called you and said, we'll take Gabriel Rincones, I think you'd say, okay, can we give him a lift to the airport?
Right.
I mean, I just don't see where another team is giving you anything that helps you go from where you are to putting you over the top to be a World Series team. For that level of player.
Not for that level of player, no. But that level of player might get you something to help the roster have some more depth.
Now the question is, does Mick Abel still have the same value he did a month ago? And he might be the guy right now that you're most willing to trade, but does he have the most value to get you back something? More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. Because I think if you're going to include Abel in a deal, what's the highest level of player you can get back now? That's what the Phillies need to try to maximize. Because do the Phillies now ask themselves, what is even Mick Abel? What do we now think Mick Abel is? I think they have to be asking themselves that at this point. Can we trust him? He gave up 4 home runs the other night, gave up a bunch of homers the last time he pitched. We're going to hear what Ruben Amaro Jr. had to say about Mick Abel and why the issues are starting to come out a little bit. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, your home for the 2025 NBA Draft. All right, 5:32, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. So, is the Phillies' best trade asset Mick Abel? And if that's the case, what's the best thing he can get you in return? And why the Phillies might have to keep him? Keep in mind, did you find it peculiar Friday night? They asked Rob Thompson, hey, do you ever talk to Painter? And he's like, no, not really. Like, I found that to be a little odd.
Why is that?
I mean, it's like the top pitching prospect in baseball. And he has he's treating him like he's like some quad A player. He's like, not really.
Well, it's not Rob Thompson's job to go track down the guy in AAA.
It's not his job to go track him down. I would think he would want to be in communication. Hey, man, how'd you feel? You pitched well last night. I got good reports on you.
Maybe Rob Thompson just trusts other people to do that.
Well, that's what he said. I trust the guys that are telling me. I'm just listening. He was essentially, though, making it like whatever I've been told is cool with me. I get that. That's great to trust your guys, but I would think that I would want to have a little bit more interaction with the kid. I mean, he made it sound like, if he comes up, great. If not, no big deal.
Well, I mean, that goes back to what Dave Dombrowski said. Remember on the show podcast with John Heyman and Joel Sherman, he kind of started well, we're not rushing to bring him up anytime soon. We bring him up, great. If we don't, it's okay. Like, the Phillies have kind of already created this environment where they are backing off of the aggressive position they originally had on him.
They are, and this is what Rob Thompson said on Friday night when he was asked about Andrew Painter. Take a listen.
How much have you seen Painter to this point? I mean, obviously you've seen video, but how much have you seen him? Do you have a handle on what he is now as opposed to what he could be in July?
Not really. I mean, I've seen the tape. I've seen him throw in spring training games a few times, but actually once.
Okay, let me stop it right there. They asked him, how much, have you seen him? He said, I've seen him once. I've seen the tape. I've seen him once, is what he said. I was pretty surprised by that. I think I've watched him more than he's leading it on. I mean, I've seen every start Painter's pretty much made.
I would argue that Rob Thompson has other responsibilities, does he not? Like, he's got 26 men to manage at the big league level.
He does, but he also has a kid who's potentially a difference maker for his big league team. He doesn't have to watch him in real time. You can go back and watch him a little bit later. There's a way to communicate with the kid and say, hey, man, saw you throw tonight. How you feel? Everything work out okay? That's pretty easy to do.
Maybe Rob Thompson's been told, don't worry about Painter. You got other stuff to deal with.
Maybe. Here's more from Rob Thompson in regards to Andrew Painter.
That was the game he got hurt against Minnesota.
Is there a connection there?
I hope not. But I've seen his BPs and things like that. I'm just going off of a lot of times what other people tell me, what they report to me, and I think the poise is very good. The composure is very good. He stays healthy and he's pitching well, then he deserves to be.
He's more working on durability right now, I guess.
Yeah, making sure he's healthy.
Do you stay in contact with him more than you would with a AAA player?
No.
All that's very perplexing to me.
But why would that be perplexing? He says, I don't am in touch with him any more than any other AAA player. Like, his job isn't to worry about the AAA guys, it's to worry about the big league guys.
If he views Painter as a potential help for his big league club, I'll put it this way. I coach low-level baseball. I coach 13-year-olds for the all-star level. But during the regular season, I coach the older kids. I am always asking the 13-year-old coaches about the 13-year-old players. Hey, did you see that kid play? Have you seen him throw before? I want to get some sort of insight on guys who might be on my team. I don't have to go watch every single game they play, but if I have the opportunity, because I know that they're going to potentially help my team, I'm going to try to ask people, hey, have you seen that guy? We had a kid who's trying out for our team. We don't get to see him. One of my coaches went and watched him pitch. I said to him, what did you think? I liked what I saw.
But Rob Thompson said he's doing that. So I talk to people. They tell me stuff.
Yeah, but my point is, I'm just a little flabbergasted that he hasn't watched him pitch.
But see, the difference is that for Mike, your role is, correct me if I'm wrong, but your role is kind of like an amalgamation of manager / front office at your level. Whereas Thompson, we've talked about it. Rob Thompson basically does what the front office tells him to do. When Dave Dombrowski thinks it's time for Andrew Painter to come up, he'll be here.
Yeah, but that's not my role. That's just I want more info. I want as much information as I can possibly get. I'm just surprised that Thompson is saying, look, I got this kid who I think can help me. I want to get more of a feel for him because of who he is. It's not like you're dealing with Griff McGarry here, right? You're not going with some guy who's not even on the 40-man roster. You're talking about one of the top 5 guys. He said the last time he's seen him throw was the game he got hurt in spring training 2 years ago. I can't believe that. You tell me the number 1 prospect of your whole organization, you haven't seen him throw? And you think that's normal?
I think that Rob Thompson is trusting other people to do their job.
I'm not suggesting he's not trusting them. You have all the trust in those guys. Tell me what you've seen. I'm just saying, you wouldn't turn on the television, MILB.com, and watch the free stream and just say, you know what? We got the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. Let's take a look at this kid.
Maybe when Rob Thompson's done for the day, he wants to go back to his his house and watch Seinfeld for all I know.
I find it just to be odd. That's all. You have the number 1 pitching prospect in all of baseball for the most part. You have a chance to see, hey, you know what? Now, I get it. He has a lot of starting pitching, and he might not be thinking about, but you've been talking about this guy coming up in July since spring training, and yet you haven't seen the guy throw in a game at all this year to get a feel on whether or not he's in any position to help your team?
But I would say that it's rather Rob Thompson's call.
I'm not saying it's his call or his job. I'm saying that there's not enough curiosity to bypass listening to what other people say to get your own feel of, you know what? I have heard, you've told me great things about him. You've told me so many great things, and I trust you so much. I now want to see for myself because of how you're pumping this kid up.
Well, maybe he's not being pumped up that much. Maybe that's actually like a backdoor information.
And then exactly the opposite. If you're telling me the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball is not what I heard, I want to see what the problem is. I mean, I just would feel that if you're the manager of the team, you would want a little bit more hands-on nature. Listen, the Jordan rules, man. There are certain players, you don't treat Andrew Painter like Michael Mercado. Hey, you see Michael Mercado pitch this year? Nope, don't care. Hey, have you seen Andrew Painter pitch this year? Yep, I want to see what that guy can do to my team. That's the difference. That's the difference here. Now, similar situation with Mick Abel. Mick Abel was off the prospect radar. Wasn't even a thought in anybody's eyes this year after what he did last year. So, how has Mick Abel gone from this guy has been interesting. Off the radar last year. ERA, what? Almost 7.
Yes.
WHIP, almost 2. He gets up here, dominates.
Well, first of all, let's start with this year in the minors was the best year he's ever had in the minor leagues before they called him up.
So there's 2 thoughts I have here. In the minor leagues, he has command issues. Walks a lot of guys, almost 5 per game.
Right.
He has not had those command issues walking guys at this level. But I think we're starting to see something that's sticking out about him, that maybe he doesn't have command issues walking guys, but the command issue that he is having is he's putting stuff out over the plate. And big league hitters are making him pay. When you put something out over the plate here, it ends up over the fence. Maybe not necessarily as much in the minor leagues. So his fastball movement might be one of the problems.
I like the kid. I like the arm. I don't like the deception. He's not creating any deception in his delivery. And the fastball's up and flat. He can't drive the ball down that long. And I like the kid a lot. He's focused. He's trying. He's doing his, I love the way he's handled things. Very mature. Pretty impressive, even getting knocked around his last time out in an important series. But I don't see his ability. He has to drive the ball down in the zone. He just can't do it.
Right. Listening to that right there. Now, Amaro was very famous when he was here for trading for pitching. He has always kind of talked about pitching. He traded for Lee, then he traded Lee, then he got Lee back. Traded for Roy Halladay. Amaro's no idiot. He knows what it takes. He knows pitching is what wins. And he's seeing a pitching right now, and he's saying he doesn't have enough movement. He doesn't have the deception. And until that changes, he's going to have some problems at this level.
I don't know what he's gonna have to do mechanically to drive the ball down in the zone so that he can have other quadrants that he can use. But he's gonna have to do something, and he's gonna have to make an adjustment because you can't stay up in the zone with your four-seam fastball against good hitters, and unless you're throwing 100, and he's throwing hard, but he's not throwing 100, and he doesn't have a whole lot of life in the zone. And if you don't have life in the zone, then the big boys are going to get to it, and that's what's happening.
See, I wonder if he's compensating for command by taking something off the ball, and now he's finding the heart of the plate, and you're seeing a lot of home runs being the result. Where in the minors, you're overthrowing, you're throwing hard, and therefore you're not commanding and you're walking guys, but you're still throwing hard. And now he's taking a little off to try not to walk guys because he knows at this level he can't walk guys, and now the result is he's giving up the long ball because he's having trouble finding the zone, and as Amaro says, he just doesn't have enough deception.
He can't get the ball down the zone. So when you are up with everything and you are continuously using the top part of the zone, you better have so much life on that fastball and so much break on that breaking ball that creates the deception. And right now he's not getting it. He does technically have a sinker and a slider, has not used it.
So when you hear that, obviously other scouts are seeing the same stuff. You wonder how much trade value Mick Abel has.
Has his trade value diminished?
I don't even know where it was. He's such a hard guy based on what he did last year and what he's done this year. If you traded him after the first two starts, you would say, look at these two starts. You almost have to pick up the phone and see if you can move them. If you're the Phillies and your scouts were telling you this, after those two starts, was that the time to get maximum value?
Maybe, or is it just possible that, another team still values him and says, look, we can get him to get the ball down. We can work on the mechanics.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's always somebody
a first-round pick.
Yeah, there's always somebody that looks at a first-round pick and says, get him into our hands, and we think we can do something with him. I think he has some value. It's got to be the right team. I don't know that he's getting you.
Can he get you Mason Miller still?
I don't know about that.
You think he's not there?
2 weeks ago, I think when we had Lal on, I think he mentioned Miller. If you can do that deal, he said he would do it in a heartbeat. He says, right. I hate to give a starting pitcher away for a bullpen piece, but in this situation, that he would do it. I think if you're the A's, are you ready to give up on Mason Miller for a pitcher in Mick Abel as the headliner of a deal? By the way, Mason Miller this year's got an ERA over 5. A whip has been pretty good, though, 1.18. So he's been pretty good. Maybe this is the time where you can try to pry him away. Let's hear what Keith Law told us on the Sports Bash.
To me, he is, for this club, he's your sixth starter. He's the guy you call up when you need somebody, but he's not going to beat out any of the 5 existing guys. And if trade deadline comes along and you can get that impact left-handed reliever to replace Alvarado, and the cost is Abel and somebody much less important, I'd probably do that. As much as I hate overpaying for relievers, it's 4 years now. The command and control are not clearly getting better, and I'm a little skeptical. This first start was super exciting. I don't think that's who he really is.
All right, that was Keith Law a couple of weeks ago on the Sports Best. First start exciting, second start exciting. I don't think that's who he is. Are we starting to see that now? What is Mick Abel's trade value? That is something that we will be keeping an eye on. He'll pitch again. By the way, the Phillies have flipped their pitching a little bit for this series coming up. The series coming up against the Astros, they have made a couple of tweaks to the pitching rotation. And it will be Ranger Suarez now pitching tomorrow. Suarez will pitch tomorrow. Wheeler will pitch on Wednesday. And Christopher Sanchez will pitch on Thursday.
So it looks like the original plan was Suarez, Sanchez, Wheeler, but now they're swapping Sanchez and Wheeler.
Yeah, it's going to be Suarez, Valdez, Wheeler, Colton Gordon, Sanchez, Hunter Brown. That's your pitching matchups for the Astros series now.
By the way, Abel, Friday is his next start.
All right, keep an eye on that. Hey, I think I gave you another winner on Friday. I hope you played the Bet365 play of the day. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. All right, time now for the Bet365 play of the day. Brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I think we gave you a winner on there Friday night. We gave you a little WNBA play.
Yeah, the Storm took down the Aces in Vegas.
You questioned that call.
Well, I did because the game was in Vegas.
And they were an outright winner.
Well, they came from behind to win the game, and so, Mike Gill, you are now 183, 123, and 1.
183, 123, and 1. That puts me 60 games over 500, Josh.
That is correct. You're doing good with math today.
Okay. Got some baseball games for you I like. Put them together. Seattle tonight. And Boston. Well, Walker Buehler on the mound tonight. Put those two together, plus 223. That'll get you some nice odds. Get you up to plus 223. And there, make a couple bucks on the other side. So go Red Sox, Mariners on the money lines. If you parlay those two together, you'll thank me tomorrow.
There we go.
Okay. And that's my Bet365 play of the game. 60 games over 500 for the people out there.
Oh, wait, no Phillies tonight. What's Mike Gill watching?
Good question. Good question. What am I watching tonight? We haven't got into it. Actually, we're watching Your Friends and Neighbors. We've been watching. I think that's on Apple TV, is it?
Apple TV, okay.
I've got to check that out. All right, everybody. Have a great night. We'll do it again tomorrow. Phil's off tonight. Tomorrow, the Phillies mailbag with Frank Close. By the way, Flyers trade. Get all the details on our website, 973ESPN.com. And if you missed any of today's show, like our conversation with Scott Lauber or Kevin Durso or Mike McGarry or Football at 4, go to the YouTube channel or the X platform, and you can watch the full show in its entirety or just find your favorite segment and watch it there. Have a great night, everybody. The best of the sports bets is coming up next.